Hello everybody. Good evening, or good morning, depending on where you are in the world. It's time for a little Path of Exile. We have had some updates. Hey Mike, how's it going? What's up, Viv? So I played a little bit this morning before work. A couple updates. Got a decent pair of gloves that actually have a ton of accuracy on them. This makes it so that we can run precision at pretty much level 1. You don't have to link it to arrogance. And it puts us pretty much almost 100% hit cap. Also crafted a decent helm that has a ton of armor on it. So our base armor without flasks is now up to 12,000, which is pretty good. We were sitting at 2,000 yesterday. We've gained 10,000 passive armor. Got a little bit more chaos resistance. Regular resistance is capped. I crafted a better staff, so we have almost a 600 Fizz DPS weapon now. This is actually really good because it also has +2 to level of socketed melee gems, so it buffs our Tectonic Slam setup, General's Cry. That's sitting at level 21 now, actually. So yeah, the plan today is we're gonna start using our boss tree. So we can generate some boss maps and then get frags. I also have 2 boss fights waiting. We can knock these out. Actually, we should knock these out and then beeline Eater and Exarch, and then we can just start getting the frags for other bosses. For the new weapon, I've spammed Reforge Physical with Harvest until I hit a high enough physical damage. I got this T3 increased Fizz damage roll, and it actually rolled with the socketed melee gems and attack speed. It was like perfect. And then gonna be my 4th league, first SSF try. Cyclone with your PB is one of my options. Alright, Metal, I got you. And then I just basically slammed it, hit one of the other mods, and then I crafted on the adds the physical damage. Or I crafted that on, then I slammed it and hit one of the other mods. And I wasted all of my jewelers and fusings to get this thing set up. So I'm just going to put some points in the tree now so that we can get going here. Like that, I think. Thanks, Mark, for the follow. Linus for the sub, thank you. Yeah, so we're just gonna get our Atlas tree situated here so we can do some boss farming. I like to go for the shrine nodes when I'm doing boss maps, pushing the boss. These are generally fun. We're gonna take all this stuff in the middle here. As well as extra map tier. We're gonna spend the rest of our points, I think, in Scarabs. I think I got all the important stuff though that drops the boss maps. Also want to grab this cluster right here. This is fine to start out with, I think. Okay, so let's look at our map situation. Oh, I had to drop Frostblink temporarily. I need to get 2 blue on this helm so I can run Frostblink again. I need 2 blue and a green, essentially. So I need, I think, a bit more chromes before we can get that on here. Yeah, we need like 100 chromes before I can run Frostblink again. I had to kind of shift my gems around because I don't have 6 sockets on the staff, but I really wanted to use a better weapon for today. So we'll get Frostblink back. Frostblink is huge. I really like Frostblink when I play Cyclone, so we'll be spending our chromes immediately to fix that. Trying to plan out the league, gonna start like with your staff setup on Slayer, but trying to figure out what stuff I need for champion. It was the replica Brotherhood only. No, so you need, in my opinion, if you're gonna play champion, you're gonna want to have the Uber Exarch gloves, and you're gonna want to have replica badge of the Brotherhood, and you're gonna want to have obviously Perseverance belt if you're playing champion. I just logged in on SSF and they really killed the Devouring Totem, huh? Like more passives on tree and even remove life given on totems. Oh, that sucks. I logged on today and I noticed that the game patched and that Settlers isn't a thing anymore. There's no more going to King's March. You don't have gold anymore, at least until I guess Friday. Gamba go 2 blue. I don't want to risk losing my green and having to manually cast Curse right now. Curse with like my mark on hit is too good, so I'll do 2 blue and a green to keep. But with my luck, I won't hit the red, and then I'll have to figure out what to do with Pride. Okay, so let's look at our map situation. We got to complete some more maps still for Atlas progression. This is fine. We need crystal ore. Chance to avoid impale is kind of unfortunate. That's a mod we don't really like, right? Because we're an impale build, so, but it's whatever. Oh, I forgot to have Maven witness this map. Well, we'll just do this for completion. I think before we actually farm, though, like I said, we're gonna try to knock out Eater Exarch, and then we'll move on to the other 2 Void Stones. I actually want that Scouring Orb. Thank you. Unfortunately, we're not getting much out of this tree, our Atlas tree right now, because I forgot to have Maven witness the map. That's rather unfortunate. The shrines are really nice on this build. You typically almost always get a speed shrine, and obviously going fast makes anything feel better. Can't remember if boss is this way. No, it's a dead end. Can this build do T7 decently by the first week, at least on the crit? I don't know. I would say in 3.25 it would not have done T17s easily, unless, I mean, I was doing T17s in week 1 of 3.25, but I played a ton and I invested a lot of money into the build, more so than a regular player would. Now, with the buffs to Cyclone and the incorporation of General's Cry, I think the ceiling to get into T17s is going to be a lot lower, but there are far better builds. If your goal is to do T17s, there's better builds. You can definitely do T17s on this build, but it's going to require some investment, and I don't want to oversell how good it's going to be, because until I play with the new Cyclone gem changes and see how General's Cry feels, it's going to be hard to say. But I do think it's going to be way easier and much more affordable to do T17s than it was in 3.25, just because the build got significantly stronger with the changes. For Pinnacle bosses, once again, you can do Pinnacle bosses on this build, but it's going to require some investment. So it just basically comes down to how good are you at farming currency. there are, once again, if your goal is to be in like doing Uber Pinnacle bosses in the first week, there's probably better builds to play. I don't want to oversell what this build is capable of. But once again, with the changes to Cyclone and General's Cry in the build, I don't know how to say like if it's gonna be how good, much easier is it gonna be, you know? Alright, so we need to make sure to actually have Maven witness the maps, but first let's do these invitations. We'll do Polaric Invitation first.
Maven, the challenge begins. Your champion will fall. Replica, Solar Storm. Deep space, Astral Avalanche. The dark line fade.
Alright, let's get our Atlas point. I guess we'll go for this one next. Oh, sorry, I think I was muted for a second. I haven't tweaked the POB since I posted the update, I think yesterday. So what you see in the video description should be the most recent POB. I am going to be working on a conversion to champion at like the very high end game and seeing how that scales out, but that's probably going to be another day or two. I'm not sure. I think tomorrow and Thursday I'm probably not going to, or today's Monday, right? Yeah, today's Monday. So I'm probably going to stream tomorrow and Wednesday, and I'm probably going to take Thursday off before the league. So I'll probably have something by Thursday with final POB revisions. Alright, let's go do this guy real quick. Thanks, Xavier, for the follow. Hey, kind of new to PoE 1. This will be my second league. How hard is to farm out Stampede from Blight on this build for SSF? I think it's going to be a pretty low drop rate, Mira. You don't need to have Stampede if you just want to play like regular Cyclone, but if you want to play Cyclone of Tumult, you really need those unique boots. And if you really want to play SSF, I don't want to dissuade you, but it could be a lot of farming to get the boots from Blight, because I don't think they have a really high drop rate. I'm going to be farming them for probably a while. Yeah, I'll probably be farming them for a while myself. Gonna do his slam. Oh, he's gonna do his gaseous spew stuff. It's very typical. Alright, that wasn't too bad. You got you to guess it'll be normal Cyclone for a while then. I really don't mind the grinding though. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I'm just going to play normal Cyclone for a while. You can see I'm playing normal Cyclone right now and it's like fine. So Cyclone Tumult's just going to be like more damage essentially. And with Stampede with it, you kind of move at a really nice constant speed. It's not really fast, it's not really slow, it's just... Alright, let's go ahead and take this. Hey, thanks for the follow, by the way. I appreciate that. Alright, so let's go ahead and actually have Maven witness our maps now, and we will start farming up some boss maps. Oh yeah, I gotta run some stuff on the home here. That's a garbage. It's garbage. I don't think they're T0, you know, they're not like a Mage Blood, right? But they're probably like a T2 unique. So they're not like super rare, but they're not like common, I think. But how many people actually run Blight is also the question. You do see quite a fair amount of them on trade, so they can't be like super rare. I just don't want to tell people, oh yeah, you're going to do like 3 Blight maps and get, you know, Stampede. Because I farmed Blight for 2 days straight on my first SSF test like a week and a half ago and didn't see them. I didn't see a single Blight unique when I did that. And then when I did my Arc Ignite test for a couple days, I saw 1 Blight unique when I farmed Blight one day. I had a Blight unique drop, but it wasn't the boots. So Alleyways is actually one of my favorite maps, I'm not gonna lie. What does this turn into? Okay. Alright, so the key here, if you guys haven't done this before, we're doing destructive play. So the way this works is, you basically clear the map up to the boss, and then depending on how well you cleared the map, she'll spawn up to 3 additional bosses, and then we've spec'd into increased drop chance for Elder Shaper Guardian maps and for Conch maps. We really just need these, but I also like running Cyrus and stuff like that, so we'll get some of that. We're also getting a chance at the Synthesis maps, which are actually really good XP. And they could drop like one of the rings that could be useful right now for the build. And then we're running Shrines because it just makes the maps feel nicer, and just map chance and Scarab drops basically. My mates and I will be running a private league. I'm super keen for the Cyclone. Fun, not gonna lie. If I don't get stampeded, it is what it is. Yeah. There's quite a few of my buddies that are actually going to be playing too, but I think all of them are going trade. So, can I grab a map? Did the same thing happen that happened the other day where I put the map in the device and it didn't actually open it up? Let me go to town and come back. Oh no, it's probably in the device. I haven't run it. I'm tired, guys. Sorry, I've been at work all day. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and start running this. Oh, you know what? I forgot. Yeah, we should just do Eater Exarch. So we'll do this, and then I'm actually gonna swap it back to Eater Exarch, and we'll just knock that out. So I want to get at least 2 Void Stones first. It's just gonna make more T16s drop, essentially. Feels weird not having Frostblink right now, because normally I would be Frostblinking between these small packs. It is what it is. We're going to take that Instilling Orb, because eventually we need to roll our flasks so they auto-cast. It's huge quality of life. Alright, so then we get to the boss, and then you just fight all the bosses. We're hoping for Conqueror maps, Witness maps.
What's the useless piece of shit?
A little sliver of anarchy.
Kind of gonna prune through these. I'm kind of gonna prune through all these rares right now because we still could use some pretty good upgrades to our base items. So we'll see if we get lucky here with anything. Stampede doesn't really have a rarity tier because it can only drop from the League mechanic because it's 1 of 7 uniques that can drop this way. Yeah, and I couldn't find any data like out of the Blight uniques how rare some of them might be in comparison to others, so it's hard to say. Alright, we got our first map going. Plus skill point here. More scarabs. Always more scarabs. Then we'll go into the scarab cluster next, I think. Gosh, I really hate some of these map tile sets. We are going to swap back to Eater Exarch Witness so we can just simply pump through that. Do Eater first because I suck at balls on Exarch. You're gonna see me die probably a lot on Exarch because I'm not a god player. I'm just an average player, so I will make mistakes on boss fights. We probably should swap back to Expedition. Well, mostly just want to clear through. Kind of need Eldritch Currency right now, actually. I miss my Frostblink so much. It doesn't matter for us, Smoke. I mean, it's like not great, right? Like stunning mobs is nice, but we're not typically. You see that with like mace builds, so it's not really a thing with staffs. Graphic on the Cyclone starts looks huge. Is that the actual AOS has in the first bit of it? No, that's that's Celestial. Just don't let that mislead you. What you see right now as I'm spinning is the current AoE I have for it. You can scale this much higher, by the way. That's like what mine's currently at right now. Guess we're still getting Guardian maps doing this, so we'll probably stick to this tree actually. What do you recommend for Atlas layout on League Start? Just the standard Betrayal, Expedition, etc. It does not prevent us from shockwaving, it does not smoke. So at least I don't think it should. Am I crazy here? Yeah, stun. I don't think stun has anything to do with shockwave. What do I recommend for Atlas layout? So I recommend the tree I basically did. Now, keep in mind the Atlas tree is probably going to change a lot. during the league launch. But I typically go for the harvest stuff. I go for expedition. I only take these 3 points in June currently. This is more than enough to get you pretty much all the bench crafts you need because the mechanic will spawn enough. But that's not going to be applicable in 3.26. But yeah, harvest for harvest crafting, expedition for raw crafting, and then that's about it. Like map chance, things like that. And then my boss farm tree is what we're currently going to be doing to get some frag maps, and then we'll set up a blight tree later. Depending if I keep playing this character the rest of the week, I don't know. I might, but I'm definitely going to take a break on Thursday before we roll into the actual league. I'm probably going to sleep right up until an hour before the league starts, actually. And rituals are really good on this build. Just trying to knock out some more map completion here. We can do the residence. Go ahead and grab a bow orb. Unique bosses are possessed. Darn. We lost our map completion. It's kind of sad. Scarabs, I think, are what we're still going for. Oh, can't be leached from? We're not running that map. So this is like the one mod you just never want to run, ever. You never want to run can't be leached from. Feels terrible. It's it's our biggest defensive layer. You can run lower life on Slayer. Like I typically sit around 4,000, maybe 4,200 because of Leech. Leech is huge. You know, 4,200 on a Slayer is like 5,500 on another melee build. Obviously, more life is better, right? But Leech is like insanely good. Alright, let's try this one out, I guess. Oh, we gotta run higher maps, yeah. So we'll get XR witness on this. And hey, tried your build today up to X7, love it so far. I'm not sure I'm going to do Cyclone or Power 7. Are you planning to make some sort of crafting guide or how to craft like that? Maybe over the first couple days of the league, I'll do some videos as I'm crafting stuff, but not in advance, I think. Is there a hierarchy in terms of what to get first on the Giga build at the end? Like, do I get the chest first? Or on the Giga build, I recommend going for always make the best staff you can. Your staff is your key to your damage. Once you have the best crafted staff you can get, I would probably go for the chest, I think, because the chest solves stun immunity and it also gives you back mana cost reduction. You can apply an additional curse, so all those things are really critical. And then I'd probably look for, if you're concerned about physical damage reduction, for Genesis would be the next big investment. But if you're not too concerned with that, you could go for, I don't know, a double Pride Watcher's Eye would be really good. Feels so weird not being able to cross-link right now. You can 100% do normal bosses with this build, no issue. Doesn't require that much. It's just pinnacle bosses, like Super Juice T17 maps and pinnacle bosses in the state of 3.25 with the build required investment, like serious investment. It's probably going to be less investment in, well, it's definitely going to be less investment in 3.26 because the build got stronger with the introduction of General's Cry into it and the buffs to Cyclone. But you're still going to have to probably put some investment into Cyclone to make it feel very comfortable when you're doing T17s, especially if you're juicing them. But regular bosses, that kind of stuff shouldn't be an issue. Just need those chromies really bad. plan to play Starfall later? We'll see if I get the axe on SSF, and then I'll probably try to make some kind of build around it, just to test it out. How good it's going to be, I don't really know. We'll see. Got all kinds of curses on me right now. Feels terrible.
This piece of shit.
I do love the stink of victory.
This piece of shit.
Imperfect dancing sword. Okay. Take that, I think. And there's no chromies. That's all I really care about are chromies, to be honest. Scouring's actually kind of nice. We'll take the scarabs. I saw Pub's vid on leveling duelist, but it goes the opposite direction on the tree frame build. Is it still worth it for faster campaign? I prefer my tree since I don't have to respec points out of it, and it seems to level fine. I'm not going to try to tell you it's the most efficient or fastest. If you feel like, you know, doing all the passive point respecs with, you know, gold and regrets and stuff, either one is fine. His is probably way faster. That being said, I'm not an efficient player, and I can complete the campaign in like 6 hours with my build. So in the hands of like someone far better at the game and way more efficient, they could probably do my same exact pathing and do it in like 4 hours. I'm just an average player, right? So. Okay. We need 13 or higher to continue getting witness for Peter Exarch. I like Ashenwood. Ashenwood's actually one of my favorite map sets, to be honest. Monsters can't be taunted. That doesn't really matter. Chance to avoid impale is always not something that feels good, but it is what it is. Do I plan to play Starfall later? If I get the axe, I'll put a build together and see what I want to do. I'm not quite sure yet. It won't be my build. It'll be something different if I do it. Anarchy Scarab.
Are refusing. Cha-ching. Orb of regret. Cha-ching.
Chaos Orb, let's go.
Cha-ching. me pick that up. Oh, Scarab!
Do you know the numbers of how much more damage Tumult does compared to regular? You can just do it in my POV. You just swap out Cyclone and Tumult for regular Cyclone. Thanks, Philippe, for the sub. I will say you're not losing you're losing damage with using regular Cyclone. It's not like you're only losing like 500k DPS or something. You are losing a couple million damage, but it's up to you. You can move a lot faster and do other things if you go regular Cyclone. So either or is fine. You don't have to play Cyclone of Tumult. Like, I'm gonna be playing regular Cyclone for a while on SSF until I get the boots. So like, it's perfectly fine, and just Tumult's gonna be a better bossing ability overall, right? Like, if you need more damage in your bossing, Cyclone of Tumult's the way to go. How's your day? Do you have any idea approximately how much will the unique boots cost for the Spectral Cyclone? Stampede is usually not too expensive, like around a Divine. It's usually like anywhere from like 60 Chaos to maybe a Divine. What's up, Ark? Morning. We're just farming up some stuff right now to get our Void Stones today. Do another Ashen for Eater. Yesterday when I was watching you where you're explaining some boss map tech, your second Alice, do you by any chance have a video where that is included? I remember you said to do Maven but leave end boss. Yeah, what's up, Rune? So that's the tree that I'm currently running right now. You do destructive play and you spec into these boss map nodes up here so that the end bosses have a chance to drop like Elder Guardian maps, Conch maps, etc. And then the map is silo. If you run silo to the end and kill all the bosses that spawn but don't kill the actual boss, then you can leave the map and put another silo map in. And Maven didn't technically witness silo, so you can run silo over and over and still get a bunch of map bosses at the end. It does require you to have like silo favored, so you gotta like unlock these slots first before you can really run that kind of a strat. Otherwise, what you do is you just run Maven Witness on like 10 different maps so that she witnesses the final boss fight and spawns the extra mobs. This will be my first PO1 league. Got any tips? I'm considering going SSF just so I don't have to complete in the economy as a poor person. Do you think it's doomed for a first timer? SSF in PoE 1 is a much harder experience than trade. So if you've never played PoE and you don't understand all the different mechanics, it can be very overwhelming because SSF provides you with all the tools to do all kinds of things. However, you really need to understand what league content to farm, the different things you're trying to do. Certain builds are only going to be good in SSF as a league starter like mine, and then other builds you got to farm things for to be able to play them in that kind of an environment, so they're like a second character or something. Trade is probably a better experience for your first few leagues, just until you get a good grasp of the game and the systems. I'm not saying you can't play SSF, but it might be rough. Yeah, all the tunes are on standard now. My tune is still in a private league, so I lost Settlers, but I'm still in a private SSF league, so I don't have Settlers or Gold or anything like that, but I'm also not on standard. Can your build do Cyrus well? Last time I did all bosses with Hex Blast except for Cyrus. Yeah, you can do Cyrus on this build. Really need to get my Frostblink back. Do you have the hide remove only tabs checked? That might be a thing. Turn your world to ice.
Cha-ching.
I miss my Frostblink. Yes, I do.
Hi, T-Rab. Orb of Smelling.
Okay. Tier 14 maps now. So we'll run a beach for Eater. We don't like reduced chance for block. We're gonna reroll that. I'm swapping Tumult to regular in your POV and the full DPS shows 2 million higher with regular. Am I missing something? That sounds wrong. So if we look at my POV, let me pull that up real quick. Alright, so this is my level 90-ish crit tree here. So we have Cyclone of Tumult right now. So we'll swap over to Cyclone of Tumult. Let's get regular Cyclone in here. Uh, 21, 20. So combined DPS with everything is 6.2. Combined DPS with Tumult is 8.2. So slightly more damage. On a Giga endgame version, we've got 32 mil on our Cyclone of Tumult. We swap over to just regular Cyclone. Make that a 2120. And we select Cyclone. So you can see Cyclone of Tumult gives us 32 on a very, very highly invested version of the build. And regular Cyclone gives us 24. The stuff at the bottom is also factoring in General Scry and a bunch of other stuff. If we're just talking about Cyclone, the gem, and the damage it does, we're looking at the Cyclone stats, right? The damage at the bottom is a combination of General's Cry and all this other stuff. That's your full DPS between all the abilities you have going on. But if we're just talking about Cyclone itself, just deleted my Settlers training character before League ended. I made it DL maps and SSF, and it's the smoothest leveling experience yet. The GC setup adds so much ease of play and boss killing. Yeah, Jung like definitely made the build better with popularizing that. So just adding that to the build here has made it quite good for sure. Never updated my actual thing here. Let's do this. There we go. Okay. More witness maps. Let's go. Yeah, if I look at the bottom damage, I see 56 using regular Cyclone, 56 mil, and I see 64 with Cyclone of Tumult. So even at the bottom on my POV, I'm seeing, like, I'll show that again to you real quick. So right now we've got Cyclone of Tumult enabled on my high-end game bit version, 64 mil. Regular Cyclone, 56, so almost a 10 million DPS loss. Mana stacking Cyclone is back, bro. Haha, there you go, Young. Yeah, that's gonna be a thing, right? Attribute stacking is really powerful in this game. Always has been.
That's a flask.
Bum, 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 bum. Orb of fusing. Yeah, we need orb of fusings.
Cha-ching. Orb of fusing.
We like the orb of fusings. Thanks, Pepe, for the sub. I kind of got a weird request if you're up too. Could you showcase some full black and white MTX set if you got the pieces? I'll tell you what, once we get past Eater and Exarch, I'll take a knee for a second. Just remind me. I kind of just want to get these 2 Void Stones out of the way, because we're going to be farming regular maps for a while to get the frags to do Uber Elder. Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit to get the stuff to do Uber Elder.
Orb of fusing. Cha-ching. Orb of fusing. Cha-ching.
I turned off auto exertion. That's funny. I haven't had my boys this whole time. The chance to avoid Impale feels so bad as a map mod. I think I'm gonna start Shockwave, then when I have the uniques, go to mana stacking. Yeah, I gotta look into that. Mana stacking sounds interesting. I'm playing SSF though, so if it's like super unique heavy, that's probably not gonna be a thing for a while.
Orb of fusing. Orb of fusing.
Can I see your gear that you have right now somehow? On YouTube you can't. You don't have the add-on, but I'll show off to you. So I have a gloves. These gloves are actually really nice. I crafted these this morning. So this has a really high accuracy roll on it, which means I can run a really low, like I'm running just level 1 precision, excuse me, right now. So the accuracy on the gloves is really nice. Plus it has, you know, T2 lightning. It doesn't have any life on it, which is sad, but the accuracy on the gloves and just makes it like something I have to use right now so I can deal with aura stuff. My life is still too low for me to reserve arrogance against precision. My boots are just life, movement speed, resistances. The chest is life, lots of armor, 2000 armor, life, and resistance. I did get a Carnage Heart to drop, so that was nice. The helm is really high armor. It's got a nice intelligence roll on it, which helps with stats. And then we have resistances, life, more intelligence on the ring. Trying to get attributes on your gear is key, so that you need at least like 110 to 120 intellect to run your staff. And then I crafted this staff this morning too. This has T3 increased fizz, +2 to level of socket 8 melee skill gems, so it buffs our tectonic slam setup. And it's got increased attack speed, it's got crit chance, and then I crafted on the adds fizz damage. You need unique weapon and shield, helmet, gloves, body, and armor. Yeah. That's a lot. Won't be doing that anytime soon, probably. At least me. Alright, we need a T15 map for Eater. We'll just do another alleyways. This should be fine. This has less AoE, so my Cyclone's going to look a little bit smaller, but it is what it is. We're just trying to kill the boss so we can get Eater to witness. Actually, Eater will witness at the beginning, but it's always worth killing the boss. You always kill the map boss. You're going to notice my Cyclone is a little bit smaller. It's got 25% reduced AoE on this map right now. But the cool thing is, because we've got General's Cry going, they do a lot of AoE for us. And we just kind of jump onto the tanky mobs, kill them.
Orb of regret with an ancient card.
Good old mirror mob. Probably finish this abyss actually, it's good XP. These temporal guys kind of suck. Yeah. And that's just the gear, I assume. Hella rare jewel tattoos. Yeah, it definitely sounds like a trade build, right? You're not playing Zenith and SSF, that kind of stuff, you know? Maybe you can play Zenith if you've got like a year-long league like we had with 3.25. Or you just like play the game 18 hours a day. Every day. I play a lot on my days off, not so much on days that I work. Ooh, we got a bunch of gem levels. This is really nice. How do you get +1 curse in your POB for Vaughn and Mark? So it depends on on my level 90 crit conversion tree. We're anointing Whispers of Doom on, I believe, the boots, the Stampede, and then once you get to the high-end tree, when you craft your multi-craft chest, you're gonna put the plus curse, additional curse on the chest. What's the POV for mana stacking? Oh, I don't. That's a young question there. Nightbot might prevent you from linking anything in chat though, so apologies about that. I bet the stagger builds will be, yeah, if I'm like I got 2 to 4 hours, yeah. Save that memory. My league starter's never been rich enough to use 3 gold oil. Well, that's the thing. If you farm Blight, you get gold oils pretty regularly, actually. I think I got 2 gold oils in the 2 days that I was farming Blight a week or so ago. So, I mean, they're not like common, but you can get them pretty easily if you just farm them yourself. Just realized Cyclone Cold and Toma now takes much less time to charge than max damage and it gains 5% more attack speed on top of the attack speed base increase. Yeah, Cyclone of Toma is going to be very nice this league, 100%. Yeah, the build just got better in every possible way, so. Once you get the extractor oil, you get heaps of gold oils, yeah. Alright, this should be our last Eater map, and then we should be able to go run Eater. I kind of wish I had leveled before doing this, because I'm a terrible player and I'm probably going to die to dumb stuff on Eater. It is what it is. The point of me doing this is to show you guys if I can do it, anyone can do it. That is the idea here. I think we will try to get Frostblink on our helm again before we... I guess we might not have enough chromies to do it. It is what it is. I kind of would like Frostblink for when we go do boss. It's just really nice to have the additional movement skill. Without blighted maps, just in map towers. If you can share your Atlas tree as well, don't have to be min-max. Never went blight. I don't have an Atlas tree currently for blight since the league stuff has ended. But if I get enough points tonight, I'll be setting up my third tree to do blight, so I can show it off then.
That's worth something. Cha-cha.
Oh shit. Definitely need to avoid that and hide behind one of the things. Why General Crytek, is it necessary? It's not necessary. I ran my build without it in 3.25, but it is a significant damage increase, so I mean there's really power charge on hit, yeah, okay. Extra damage is lightning. So it is a significant like increase in damage for sure. Yeah, this boss is crazy. Alright. Yeah, it's just the power charges on a spell boss are pretty crazy in general. Let's see how many chromes we have. Got our Eater summon here. Gifts from above. That's actually a crazy ring. What's up, Session? We're doing pretty good, Sesh. We're about to go fight Eater for the first Void Stone on this new test character. Solid build, thanks. I made my own SSF POV for this, and I think all the POVs I've seen for online guides have been pretty bad, but yours is solid. Very nice EHP from the block stuff, and I haven't seen the tech slam tech before. The tectonic slam stuff is Jung. I'm not going to take credit for that. But the staves and blocking version of Cyclone Shockwave, that is me. Appreciate it, MX. This ring's actually kind of interesting. It doesn't have life or resistances, so if I can figure that out on other gear, that could be a thing. But I do like the idea of increased damage while on consecrated ground. Always consecrating because we're always critical striking, and it gives us more block chance. Yeah, I saw I got added. There's some baity stuff on that list. I won't go into more details than that, but I am glad that I'm on that list as a representative for Cyclone. I'll say that much. Yeah, some of the other Cyclone stuff I've seen is some bait shit for sure. I got that ring at like level 30 last league and used it to like yellow maps. Yeah, that's an interesting ring. It actually synergizes really nice with this build because it's a lot of crit strike chance scaling. Consecration's good. More damage. And the block. I just need to figure out, like, I lose life and I lose some cold resist and intelligence. That's really all I lose. I gain a lot, actually, in comparison, but the life is definitely needed right now. Tumult's gonna be specifically really good for bossing, but I use it on everything once I get the Stampede boots, like Sesh is saying. Thanks, Tal, for the sub. Double Corrupted? Hell no. We're gonna probably play with this after we do Eater. What I am curious about is, man, I have no chromes. I really wanted to get Frostblink back on the build before I do some bosses. Just don't have the gem sockets, and there's no way I'm gonna get 2 blue and a green right now on a strength helm. You think I shouldn't go SSF Sesh? You think I should go trade? I feel like going trade would be better for showcasing the build, because I'd be able to build it really quick and showcase it off to other people. So there is probably some value in going trade. Like, I feel like if I go trade, I can do a lot more with the build and show it to people who are playing it. And I'm taking essentially an entire week off from work, so I'll probably be in T17s doing Pinnacles well within the first week. So there's like things I could show with the build. If I do trade, I can very rapidly get this character online and do stuff. To me, like, I really wanted to play SSF. It's just, I will say the thought of like, if I play trade too, all my friends are playing trade, so we can do stuff together. Damn, I'm like torn now. Because like, if I play trade, I can showcase the build. I can do a lot of stuff with the build. And I can play with my buddies who are all playing trade. If I go SSF, it's going to probably take me like 1 week of farming Blight just to get the Stampede boots. My friends don't want to do a private league, comma. I tried. What's the required stats on the helm? It's a strength-based helm. So the problem is, yeah, like getting 2 blue and a green on this is going to be really hard with just 41 chromes. Yeah, this is definitely a benchcraft. If I'm lucky, it'll only be the 100 chromes to hit a red as the 4th color, but with my luck, it'll probably hit like 2 blue and 2 green, and then I gotta get another 100 chromes. But Frostblink is like really big for bossing. It's like super big. There's actually like nowhere I can actually roll a blue gem easily too, because I've converted all my gear over to strength bases and armor. Yeah, the calc is saying go the 2 blue, 1 green. 100%. Yeah, on a strength base, there's no other way to do it. Alright, this is going to be unfortunate, guys, because we're going to do Eater and we're not going to have Frostblink, but I guess we do have Leap Slam. It's just Frostblink allows us to keep spinning and doing damage, so we're going to lose uptime. Alright, let's go die to Eater. Oh yeah, do the benchcraft shenanigans where basically I swap the colors around, yeah. Yeah, I think strength bases are better. It might be easier to do the coloring by going hybrid, but if you go hybrid base for armor and evasion, you almost certainly have to take iron reflexes so you can keep your armor high. As long as you take iron reflexes, you can run armor evasion bases. It does give you the benefit of also rolling spell suppression, so it might be worth it to pick iron reflexes up and have spell suppress on your gear, which also would be really comfy with the spell block that you get later. Alright, let's see how terrible this is going to be.
My spirits are spent.
Yeah, see, normally I would just Frostblink through that damage, but rip. It's gonna be rough right here. Oh yeah, the MTX is really cool for Leap Slam on this because you basically just teleport. It's so dope. It's the Celestial Leap Slam. It's really nice. Alright, one Void Stone down, guys. So yeah, can you do Void Stones? 100%. How do I config Tumult and POB when I plug it in? The damage is worse. I'm not sure what you're doing with your build, MX. With my POB, I have everything situated, and it's been thoroughly vetted by the community. I'd have to like look at your POB. I'm not sure. That call is so high. It's insanely good. This is why I'm trying to express to people why Champion is not really the play on a League starter, in my opinion. Like, the quality of life that you get from Slayer, the call at 20% life, the just 10% more damage if you killed recently while you're mapping, can't take physical damage reflect, 20% more damage with hits against unique enemies on bosses, the AoE increase, the global accuracy rating, the melee strike range, right? The leech, which is so good. Champ is going to be something I think that's going to be fun to play around with and scale once you have a bunch of stuff. But trying to sell it to people as a League starter over Slayer playing Cyclone is almost insane to me. Alright, first Void Stone done. Maybe he's on stage 1 of Tumult. Oh yeah, MX, you gotta make sure that you tick your let me swap over to POB. Make sure that you have your Cyclone stacks all the way up. So like right here, make sure your stages of Cyclone are maxed out. Right here. What's the, I mean, Sesh, I'm not going to say much. Alright. I'll let people make their own decisions. Hey, Prod, the order for leveling. So, no, I feel you. The order for leveling, in my recommendation, I still think you take these ascendancies in this order, because you're going to be playing, you could go straight for impact right away, but in my opinion, I like getting Cole as soon as possible. So I go Bane of Legends into Headsman, so first ascendancy, second ascendancy, and then you pick up impact right before you start mapping, and you do Act 10 Kitava. And then your last one is Leech. You really don't, like, Leech is insane quality of life and damage reduction, but you should be okay without this until you can do your Uber Lab. I prefer the damage from the 3 nodes first. It just makes Atlas progression a lot faster because you're just doing more damage. Yeah, I'm not sure, MX. Cyclone of Tumult should always be doing more damage than Cyclone. You can bench Jewelers, keeping 2 sockets deterministic. Yeah, Cats. You can play around with the bench and basically kind of deterministically get the coloring. Impact before stun immune chest piece. You're not going to get a stun immune chest piece for a long time, Zane. Those are expensive. If you buy them on trade, they're like 20 divine. If you get all the crafts on it, making one is like around the same price, maybe a little cheaper. Yeah, I don't know what's up, MX. I mean, if you want to give me your POB real quick, we can take a look at it. You'll have to DM me on Twitch, though. It's not going to let you put a link in the chat. Okay, so we got Eater done. Now we got to do Exarch. So we need T14 plus maps. I don't think I have any, so we got to run some T15, which is fine. We'll go ahead and do this Alleyways. Ooh. So one of the other mods I don't like is can't regen life or mana. That just feels bad. This should be fine though. Swap over to Exarch. Oh, we get an Atlas point too. I forgot about that. Always take your Atlas points. Do you sit in Sand Stance for increase AoE, or do you prefer Blood Stance? I always go for damage, Hama. I go Blood Stance all the way. This is softcore life. If I was playing hardcore, and I'm probably gonna play this build on hardcore at some point during the league just to spice things up a bit. I play a lot differently on hardcore. I take a lot more defensive stuff. I play a lot slower. I do things a lot differently. Because I'm not a great player. I'm just, once again, I say this all the time, I'm just an average player. So when I play hardcore, I gotta be especially conscientious about what I'm doing. And I play a lot more defensively with everything. I see some people play hardcore like Ben, and I'm just like amazed. I don't know how they can play at that level. Truly a god gamer. Other than necklace, where do we get int easy? You can get int on your rings pretty easy. I also happen to get it on this helm right here. I got that plus 45 intelligence on the helm right now. Okay, MX, when I'm done with this map, we'll take a look at it real quick and see what's going on. I have 1,400 hours PO, but I'm so super noob, Offload. Don't worry about the questions. Oh, it's all good. I've got 7,000 hours in this game, and I still feel like a noob. You ever tried Cyclone with swords and going through the right arrow suppress nodes? No, I've only ever played Cyclone the way I'm playing it right now. I like Shockwave, and you can't do Shockwave with swords. I'm not opposed to it, but I generally like to play builds that are tankier. And I feel like Cyclone on the right side of the tree is never going to be as tanky as this. And I don't even have my block skilled right now. I don't even have any spell block at the moment. I just have attack block, basically. Questions are great. It's good to always be learning, for sure. You should always be inquisitive in life of what's going on. Anyone who thinks they know everything is truly unwise. I was actually talking about this at work today. Anytime I've gotten a job somewhere, I always find the smartest person where I'm working. Because I'm fairly smart, but I always find the smartest person. There's always somebody at work that's like the, you know, way better. And I just basically gravitate around that person constantly and learn from them and help them out. And in turn, they impart the knowledge on me, and I get better and better at what I do. I promise I know everything I know. That is a great way of saying that. 100%. This will be my first time league starting Melee with over 3,000 hours in the game. It's going to be a glorious train wreck, yeah. Melee is like a lot of fun. I used to play Minions every league, and I played a bunch of other stuff too, and I tried Melee out, and actually it's pretty amazing. Let's take a look at that real quick. Let me open up your thing. There we go. Very, very bare bones POB, much less gear than yours. Okay, let's go ahead and import this into POB, and I'll swap over to POB in a second. Let me swap over to POB. Let's take a look at your build. Okay. So right now you're running Cyclone. Where are you getting all these stats from on your custom modifiers? I'm just going to take this out real quick. I just want to see what the raw numbers is without anything in the config. Okay, so 3.8. So already I'm seeing 4.6 over 3.8. So you have 3.8 with Cyclone, 4.6 with Cyclone of Tumult at 6 stacks. the accuracy is just helping you with like your hit chance, right? So I mean, we can put in enough accuracy to hit, like, get you to hit cap. Okay, so now you're at 100% accuracy. Okay, so now you're doing 5.2 million with Cyclone of Tumults, and you're doing 4.4 with Cyclone. Yeah, accuracy is just for hit chance. Once you're 100% hit, it's not doing anything for you. Unless I think there's a unique or something out there that scales it with damage, but on just like, unless there's a case like that, it's just for getting hit cap. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'd be very surprised if you were somehow seeing Cyclone sim better than Cyclone of Tumult. And the only reason I say that, I've spent a long time working on this build, so I'm pretty confident when it comes to my Cyclone knowledge. Yeah, and that scale is higher, right? So as he... What do you mean the precise tech, Sesh? Yeah, and that just scales higher, right? Like the better gear you get, the better your Cyclone's gonna be. Oh, that's weird, MX, yeah. Yeah, I have something in mind, but it's irrelevant to the combo. No problem, Sesh. Yeah, I don't know what's up with your POB, but yeah, it should sim less than Tumult. Alright, so now we should just have to do... We gotta do a T15 and then a T16 for Exarch. What's the less painful? I guess Pit's not too bad. 25% more, it's pretty huge. Yeah, it's just more damage. Like, if you're just mapping and doing like T16s, there's nothing wrong with Cyclone. But I think once you move into the world of T17s and like real bossing, you 100% want to use Cyclone of Tumults and Stampede. Like once you enter that phase of the game, you really want that extra damage. It's just a ridiculous amount of extra damage as you scale the build further and further.
Impressive, mortal.
Okay. So I did Blight Ravaged maps so this is my second SSF private league. I'm on a private league right now. I made for testing this. This is my second private league test in about 3 weeks. I did a Cyclone SSF character about a week and a half ago, and I have the VODs on my YouTube channel, so you can go back and watch it. And I did Blight Ravaged maps for like an entire day in SSF on like day 4 of playing the character. So yes, you can 100% do Blight Ravage maps.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Yeah, there's a reason why I'm doing this on SSF, guys. Mostly because I'm like 90% sure I'm playing SSF, but it's to show you guys that this is 100% a league starter, and you can do all different kinds of things like this on the first few days of playing the game. And you can scale it to your heart's content and do whatever you want in PoE with it. So when I was doing Blight Ravaged maps, my strategy for Blight Ravaged maps is I run at least 3 amber oils so that you reduce the cost of towers to their the lowest point. Then I ran, I believe, 3 indigo oils, which gave me extra boss spawns. And then I ran, I think, 2 crimson and a black or something like that. The most important is the 3 amber, because when you do Blight Ravaged, you're not actually trying to fight the mobs. They're going to probably kill you. So what you do is you get the towers so cheap that you set your towers up a certain way so they do everything for you and you just sit back. Because you will get nuked by those monsters in Blight Ravage maps. And what you do is you roll 2 implicits on your rings. One is going to be meteor towers leave burning damage on the ground. That also bypasses the fire mobs and still does damage to them. And then on the other ring, you run your chilling towers can freeze enemies for X amount of time. So basically, when you build your towers, you build a freezing tower, and then you empower it with like the green tower, and then you put a flame tower right next to it. And then you put that at choke points where the enemies are going to come through, and then the chilling towers will freeze them in place, and then the meteor towers just drop the flame on the ground. And basically over time, you just, yeah, it's the classic layout for towers. And you can 100% do that in Farm Blight all day long. The reason why I don't sim gear, until you get towards the end of leveling, is you simply just want life and resistance on gear as you're leveling. You're going to go for life, you're going to go for resistances, and as much physical mitigation as possible. So like, you know, armor bases if possible. But I mean, all you care about while you're leveling, right, is just staying alive. So you want to scale life, you want to scale resistances, that's it. And you can pretty much, you're more concerned with getting your gem, like you want your sockets for your gem setups, right? So if I can get 2 red and green on a evasion base, when I would rather have an armor base, I'm going to take the evasion base because I simply just want the gem sockets so I can get my build online. Thanks for the follow, Coz. Do you have your Atlas trees anywhere for us? I'll tell you what, Mike. I will build out some Atlas trees probably tomorrow, and then I will put them in my POB, which I'll be updating before the end of the week. I'm thinking like probably Wednesday or Thursday. I will update my POB and share that with you guys, and that should have a champion endgame version of the build that I'm going to try to figure out. But I can also throw some stuff in the notes I have there with like Atlas tree links to like Atlas planner and stuff for different trees for different farming. Yeah, no problem. Not gonna lie, you've been very informative with your builds and updates, bro. I appreciate it immensely. Yeah, no problem, Hama. I've played this game for a long time, so as Sesh said earlier, I know what I know. I don't know everything, but I do know what I know. Yeah, PoE is by far like my #1 game nowadays. I play a ridiculous amount of this game. Always take your tower, or your shrines, I should say.
Let's use this piece of shit. Let's use this piece of shit.
I've been taunted. This is Cyclone versus Cyclone right now. Trying to figure out why this guy is so tanky. Oh, he's stealing my stuff. Okay, that makes sense. Your guides are nice too, because most of the long-time players, 10k hours above all their builds, are play this to 30, then play this to 90, then swap the fun build at 90. Yeah, I tried to get pretty granular with the leveling trees, so you have a pretty good idea. And when I did the pathing on my trees, I tried to make it so that you're doing as little respecking as possible. I don't like builds where they're like, oh, you're going to play this way till like level 65, and then, hey, you need to have 50 respec points to completely redo your tree. It's like, nobody really wants to do that. What are your thoughts on the new flask that gives random buffs? Also, have you used a Headhunter with this build before? I have used Headhunter with Cyclone and it feels amazing. Headhunter and Mage Blood are both really good belts for this build. You just have to adjust your gear slightly to make them work. Headhunter is great for mapping, and Mageblood is good for everything, to include bossing. New Flask, I think the new Flask will be fun to play around with. I don't know how good it's actually going to be. Yeah, I did lose the Cyclone versus Cyclone, but we got a revenge now, so... It's my first ever league start. Currently doing a run of campaign to get my head around it and see how hard it is on Cyclone, but so far it's fun as fuck. So split between Cyclone and Economy though. Oh, E-Conk, Explosion Conk. Explosion Conk's probably going to be faster, a lot faster. But I mean, Cyclone with the General's Cry edition feels pretty good, like leveling. Prior to General's Cry, I would have told you just to go Sunder, but I feel like General's Cry makes it kind of easy peasy. It's detailed and easy to follow. Hey, no problem, TP. I tried to be as helpful as I could with the guide. This is my favorite song on the playlist here. I'm back. What's up, Young? Guess we could do a coves real quick. Val Temple. Ugh, this is gonna be awful. What if you go Sunder and General Cry Sunder? Sunderception, yeah. I guess I get Witness from this. Ugh, Val Temple is gonna suck. Nikonka's Clearing League start in 2 hours 45, just very fragile at the end of the campaign, yeah. And E-Conk with me playing it's probably more like a 5 hour, for being honest. I'm not quick at this game. That's why I like dad builds like Cyclone, you know, RF. Easy peasy. That's also the main reason I kind of don't want to play trade. If I play trade, I'm not going to lie to you guys right now, if I play trade, I'm going to feel pressured into playing really hard and trading as much as possible and making as much money as possible so that I can like scale the build as quickly as possible to showcase stuff. And that's like, I did that in 3.25. And it kind of made me not enjoy playing the game. Like, it was fun to see how fast I could go, but also I felt like I had to. It didn't feel like it was a choice. It felt like I had to do that so that people would watch me. And I was like, I really don't like this. Like, it made me make choices about playing the game that were less fun but were more economical, or, you know, vice versa, trade-offs like that. Trade puts a lot of pressure on you as a player when you know the game, because you feel, like, especially like the first 3 days of the league, you feel so incentivized to do so many different things to make money. I got enough things to get early. General Cry, Auto Exert, and Tech Slam, and Act 4 definitely is helping. Yeah, it's a huge boon to the build, for sure. Someone was asking earlier what's good League mechanics. Legion's also really nice on this build when you spec into it. It's a lot of fun. I played trade a few times, but I feel like SSF or doing a private league with friends just feels way more rewarding. SSF feels like it would be way more rewarding for sure. What's Desecrate used for? You need it on General's Cry in order to spawn the minions when you're bossing. You don't need it for mapping though. General's Cry doesn't spawn minions unless there's bosses nearby, or corpses nearby. Legion and Harvest will be my go-to for sure. Yeah. You're probably one of the nicest PoE creators. Oh, I appreciate that, Young. Did you explain Betrayal? I never understood it, but I keep seeing people engaging in it heavily. After this map, we can go over Betrayal real quick. Alright, this is gonna suck. Ooh, yeah. Yeah. These guys hit so hard.
Just use this piece of shit.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I knew this was going to be rough, because they buff, like when you kill one of the bosses in Vow Temple, they buff the other two. And then when you kill one of the two, it buffs the last one, and they just become giga ridiculous. Yeah, yeah. Well, oh, did I not put a portal? That's my bad. That sucks. I'm just going to run back real quick, because I just want to get this map done so we can go do Exarch. Die a lot on Exarch, but get our Void Stone. Need those. I played forever and still learned Betrayal. I just click the right button and move. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can go over Betrayal in a minute. Let's run back. This is what we call the Walk of Shame in the game. Walk of Shame in the game. Actually, we'll put that right there. Yeah, this boss really, really sucks. Yeah, this shit is ridiculous, dude. Here we go. Where are they? I may not be able to complete this. I don't even think I can get to them. Where are they? Oh, she's right there. Yikes, dude. Yeah, I'm just gonna run a different map. There's no way right now. What are the map modifiers on there, actually? Monsters reflect, that doesn't matter. They take 40%, 46% reduced damage from crits. They steal my charges. Yikes. Yeah, and they do more damage. I don't know what is with the Betrayal. Okay, so Betrayal works like this. Where's June? So in Betrayal, you have 4 safe houses. You have Transportation, Fortification, Research, and Intervention. Yeah, my XP bar just deleted itself. It was going to do that on Exarch anyways, on the ball phases. And the way this works is when you move these people into different safe houses, they give you different rewards. So it's not going to show right now, but there's a app that you can get called Awaken PoE Trade, and it essentially has a graphic that it puts over the game while you're playing when you hit a keybind on your keyboard that gives you a cheat sheet for where to move these guys so that you can see what the different rewards are. So I'll go ahead and see if I can pull that up on stream real quick. Usually someone in the community makes an updated chart every league. That is not the most updated one. Alright, let me see if I can show this off to you guys. Alright, so this is the Betrayal chart. Yeah. So essentially what this chart is telling you is that when you put the different bosses in the different, so on the left here you have your rows, so you have Transportation, Fortification, Research, and Intervention, and across the top each boss is essentially a column, and it's letting you know, okay, if you put Janus, for instance, so we have Janus here, if you put them in Fortification, you get Domination Scarabs, which are going to sell better on trade than like Expedition Scarabs. So it's better to move Janus over to the Fortification safe house and then farm them in there because they're going to drop that. Whereas, you know, Leo gives Ultimation Scarabs if you keep them in Intervention. Gravitius drops full stacks of Divine cards if you keep them in Transportation. So essentially, in the game, when you get your options after you defeat the bosses when they spawn, or you kill them, you move the bosses to these different safe houses, and then you want to set your map essentially so that you can farm those safe houses to get those specific rewards that you're looking for. And then if you move some of them into the captain slots up here, they give you like better or more of that particular thing. If this makes sense, basically. And that's Betrayal in a nutshell. Essentially, you literally need a spreadsheet to play it. Unless you like really have all this memorized. And in the old version of Betrayal, as you completed safe houses, so these little progress bars, as these fill up, you can go to the safe house, which gives a lot of XP. And then it gains you intelligence towards fighting Katarina. So the more of these you complete, the sooner you can spawn Katarina and do the boss event. Now in 3.26, you'll do Katarina from boss frags, so this won't be a thing anymore. You'll basically set your Betrayal board up, and then you won't be resetting it over and over, so you can actually put your people exactly where you want them, and then you never have to worry about moving them around again. And then Katarina is just going to be something you farm from boss drops. You don't have to like actually, because every time you do like Katarina, up until this point, she would completely reset the board, and you'd have to reset everything up again if you're trying to farm stuff. Yeah, no problem. Alright, let's just do a simple map here so I can go die on Exarch, and then we can move on to doing the other 2 Void Stones.
Seize power from anarchy.
Yeah, you either like need to know that League mechanics so well you can see it when you close your eyes, or you're gonna have to use a spreadsheet. Jun gonna be fun next League. Yeah, I'm looking forward to definitely running Betrayal actually. That was helpful as fuck. I didn't see the Betrayal changes. Yeah, no problem, cuz. Use the Frostwall tech for the balls. What's the Frostwall tech for the balls on Exarch? Good old leap slam when you like jump into the terrain and get stuck. It's always a vibe.
Need your aid.
What's the plan? I'm scared. Cha-ching.
And if you aren't using APT, why not? Crosswall detonates the balls and it's quite large, so you put it a bit away from you and it clears a packet. Yeah, usually drop totems, it helps sometimes. If you aren't using APT, why not?
Cha-ching.
I did not know that Frostwall blocks the balls. That's interesting. I typically just die to the balls and then I just wait for the phase to end. Like, honestly, out of all of the 4 Voidstone fights, the only one I kind of have to pay attention to is Maven because of the degen. The other ones you can kind of just, like, get through without really thinking about it. Thanks, Rage and Par. Wow, thanks, Rage, for the Prime. That's huge. To be fair, who isn't running Awaken PoE trade? And if you aren't using it, why not? Yeah, Awaken PoE trade is pretty crazy. What is the usage of Desecrate in your POB? What's up, Tycho? It's you use a Desecrate like I'm about to on bosses so that your General's Cry will spawn minions. Maven memory game should be easy, but I also have a panic attack and die every time. Yeah, I'm basically the same. Thanks for the League Start videos from Rage. Looking forward to Cyclone. No problem, Rage. Thanks for the Prime. That's huge. Bro, Sam, I use the Respawn Tech. Yeah, Respawn Tech is clutch. That's the best way to get Instilling and Kindling Orbs to automate your fast. Generally, I just get them enough to, like, when I play trade, I just buy them. But in SSF, I've, like, on my first playthrough a week or so ago, I got enough just to be able to roll it. Thanks, Floyd, for the follow. Some other tech you probably know of, but I haven't seen you mention. Frostblink lets you instantly move. Yep. So the problem, Patrick, is I don't have chromes to roll 2 blue and green on my helm right now. I actually was running Frostblink, but I got a really good helm that has high life and armor, and I wanted to use this helm. So I had to drop Frostblink because I'm not going to manually cast Assassin's Mark right now. So as soon as I get enough chromes to roll 2 blue and green on a helm, I'm going to fix the Frostblink issue. Is it a tech to not weapon swap with the shield and give infinite power? Low level cast when damage taken Desecrate work for bosses? Probably. But Desecrate, I cast it pretty quickly. You can get 2 off fairly quickly, and the General's Cry minions don't consume the corpses. So all you need is just the Desecrate to be down, and you don't have to like always respawn it. They'll keep respawning like you see right now. Working on that Scion POB now, but by reds I had Tumult at double the size, a little fragile, but Cyclone takes up most of the screen. I wonder what the damage is like on Scion compared to Slayer though. I feel like it'd be more of a mapper than an all-arounder. The shield question is referring to Red Blade banner and swapping weapons for the infinite shot power. Ah, yeah, the Red Blade swap. This boss sucks. Oh, and she's got that max life as ES thing going on right now, so that's unfortunate. Oh, okay, I thought she was about to do her shout. Oh, that's lame. She gets all of her ES back. That sucks. That took a long time. Alright, let's go do Exarch. Yeah, the coal is so good. That's why Slayer is so good. Alright. 20% coal. I'm just gonna YOLO send this. I just want to be done with the... Move on to regular Elder Guardian map farming. Alright, here we go.
Your absurd defiance ends here, hatchling.
Challenge.
Annihilation. Annihilation. Incineration.
Oh, we got like runes on me right now. It's like, what was doing damage?
Disintegration. Cleansing. Annihilation.
I really need to get the cast crit or gain flash charges when I crit. Would be really good. Kinda sucks not having that right now. Alright, here's where I die, guys. I am terrible at doing the ball stuff. Yeah, instant death. Any bets on how many balls he's gonna take to the face? I just took 3 right there, I think. Is it though, with how much you crit? I guess getting hit is probably better, right? Definitely Mapper, I'm trying to fix the damage for boss hit at the moment. It's not bad, but definitely worse than Slayer. Yeah, I feel like if you can get screen-wide AoE though, it's like super good, right? I'm not sure what the ratio is, Sesh. I definitely think like the get charges as you get hit is preferred, right? Like you definitely want to do that over. Kind of sad that I don't have boats now for the rest of this test, because they're a really good source of currency.
Incineration. Annihilation.
Oh, we're on a rune. Ooh,
Annihilation.
got runes right on me.
Disintegration.
I guess that is the downside to... I guess there's a downside to him just kind of being right there. He's probably gonna go right into a ball phase when I get in here.
Incineration. Annihilation.
Alright, that was alright, I guess. A little painful. General fun, I think the charge on hit, duration, less cost, crit, everything else. Yeah, charge on hit is definitely king, right? Yeah, right now I get chance when I deal crit strike on this. The rest of mine are just garbage rolls. Yeah, Cole's nice. Keep in mind, this isn't with SSF stuff, right? Obviously on trade, you can... You know, on trade right now, you could have a 6 link for both of your skills, you know, etc. Better weapon. Maps before the boss only take a minute or two, and I have 30% move speed plus a gem with 10% move speed and 12 biz. It's crazy, Crook. Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy map clear. Alright, I guess we're gonna go to farming regular bosses, or Elder Guardian maps now. Yeah, there's people that are tuning in. I've had a lot of viewers the last couple days, it's pretty crazy. I had quite a bit over the weekend because it was the weekend, but still like almost 70 viewers right now between the two. A little weird having so many people watch you play the game, not gonna lie. Alright. Now we're gonna go to Maven Witnessing and essentially just try to farm maps so we can go get our other 2 Void Stones. This will be nice too because we should be getting quite a good flow of T16 maps coming in now. Ooh, I hate the abominations. It might be time to up my loot filter too, actually, now that I think about it. Let me come over here real quick. I think it's time to up the loot filter. We're gonna go very strict. Thanks Tycho and Mal for the subs. Koji for the follow. Well deserved rare educational content for Pee-wee. Hey, I appreciate it, man. I'm just trying to share the build and popularize Cyclone. A lot of people think Cyclone's a really bad skill. It's like not meta, but I mean you can definitely play this game with this skill. You can play Pee-wee with pretty much most skills in the game. How far you can take them is, you know, debatable, but I play what I have fun playing, you know. Cyclone makes me happy. I play Cyclone. Alright, next thing is we also still need like a much better staff. I would like to get, like I had on my other character, like a 700 plus Viz DPS staff. So we're going to be... I think after we get these 2 Void Stones, we might just go back to farming harvest and stuff. I need damage and a little more mitigation. You can take a hit, but to spec in more leech for recoup. I lost damage for bossing. Gotcha. Out of all Cyclone builds out there, yours is the most down to ground one. It's a reason I assume, and the way you explain things is easy to understand. Hey, I appreciate that. I love these kind of builds. Cyclone is great. I'm a big fan of Flicker Strike too. Flicker Strike is something I've always wanted to play, and I've actually never played it. Oh, you know what? We did make a mistake here. You kind of want to clear the whole map before you do this. I think it gives you a chance at getting more of the bosses to spawn, if I remember correctly. But it feels like we have several here right now. Something I've noticed too to keep in mind with General's Cry is... Ooh, is that Shav? Shav spawn in here? Is that Mage Fist? No, it's just the Promenade boss, I think. Yeah. Yeah, something I've noticed with Desecrate, or with General's Cry, is you gotta be relatively close to the Desecrate for the spawn. So if you're like right here, it's fine, but if you're like... If you're just this far away from Desecrate, the minions don't spawn. You gotta be a little bit closer. And you can see I only got one to spawn there. Like, you gotta be pretty close to the Desecrates. And quitting the game years ago, a classic, yeah. I think Flicker would be fun to try out. The problem is I have like motion sickness, and I feel like if I played something like Flicker, I'd get pretty messed up.
Val understood power and risk.
I love that MTX. Every time you get a Chaos Orb or about, there's like some kind of quote, basically. Thanks, Clutch, for the follow.
Regal Orb.
Thanks for the sub. Whoa. Soon. It's kind of hard playing sometimes and keeping track of chat. Press over POT character was maintaining Flicker Strike. Yep, classic. You can have 2 Desecrate pools. Yeah, I guess if you spread them out a bit, it works. Flicker hurts my eyes after a while. Pre-show was awesome because it literally had a Flicker class with Wild Speaker. Yeah. I was about to start using Flicker after like Merc Lab. I might make a Flicker character this league actually. I think that could be a lot of fun. Alright, we gotta make sure that we're getting Maven to witness different bosses here. The spawns. I'm planning on using your Cyclone build and transition to Flicker after I make some currency. Gotcha.
Seize power from anarchy.
Yeah, now I'm kind of, like, after talking it through, I'm a little torn about whether I want to play SSF or trade. There are some incentives of playing trade. I just don't want to get burnt out after a week because I feel the pressure to perform, if you will. And trade is definitely going to make it a lot easier to scale the build and do stuff and showcase it. Oh, yeah, let's farm more of the map before we do the boss. Ooh. Let's fix something real quick, actually. Was that bleed that got me? We can move now to Soul of Ralakash, I think. Finally found your Twitch. You didn't have it linked on your YouTube channel? I should probably take care of that, huh? Sorry about that. Yeah, I use the same name for everything. Yeah, I had swapped over to Rise Lotha when I was doing lab just to have the extra recharges on my life blast, but not getting bleed debuff. Oh, okay. What are these guys hitting me with? Yeah, not getting bleed debuff is nice. That was something else. I think it's just they were critting me. I think I was just getting crit really hard, to be honest. Oh, it helps if my auto exertion's on. I actually think I'm going to turn my auto... We're going to remove this so I don't keep toggling it. I keep doing that. Like, I go to hit Blood Rage, and instead I toggle off my, General's Cry. Yeah, I have, like, updated graphics on the YouTube channel, and I have on the banner for the page my little icon for Twitch with my name, but I guess that didn't help out, unfortunately. Bold of you to think you can read. Yeah, well, it is what it is. Yo, I'm so, like, ready for this league. I'm ready to get the mercs and see what we can do with them. The real question is, do I just game hard tonight and get my other 2 void stones and just go to work super late tomorrow? I think that's the play, right? I'm already going to be working late tomorrow anyways, so I guess maybe I just work a really late day. Go in late, work really late. Just get my 8 hours in, but shift my schedule to the right. Play watch out. I don't have access, when I'm doing my job, I don't have access all the time to commercial things, like commercial internet and stuff. It's 11 a.m. here. Nice. You know, I was going to do a bunch of practice, but I didn't want to burn out before the league even starts. Yeah, so my plan is... no, I'm not allowed to access stuff where I work. Security stuff. So my plan is to probably take off... I'm definitely taking Thursday night off. And I might take Wednesday off and give myself, like, maybe 2 days. Yep. Yeah, I do stuff. Stuff where I don't have commercial internet during the day. Alright. Not kind of the boss maps I was hoping for, but is there still a boss here? Yeah, there is. Okay. I was like, what? Oh, there's still 2 bosses here. Yeah, we never flasks. Trying to get into security. Yeah, I worked one when I was in the military. Been a while since I considered them. Yeah, I am still working for Uncle Sam. Just there's like all these bosses here. They just spawn in weird places. Yikes! And they're giga jacked right now. Holy moly. 400% increased crit strike. Increased monster damage. Monster crit strike. Yeah, it's pretty rough. Yeah, no problem, Jiggle. We'll just stick this in our map tab. Kind of want to sub in this ring. It does lower our life by a lot. How does our resistances look? Not terrible. We went down in cold resistance a bit. Yeah, the flasks are pretty awful. How many alts I have? Alts I have? Can I speak? How many alts do I have? I could try to re-roll these. Actually, the Jade Flask does nothing for me more. I forgot I'm not Iron Reflexes anymore. A Basalt probably wouldn't be bad, actually, just to scale more armor. Quick question for you. Would you say this build is SSF friendly for newish players? This will be my 4th league. I think it can be. I'm a pretty experienced player, so it's okay for me. It might not. It might be a little harder for a less experienced player. I think I swapped Chaos and Lightning on the belt. I'm sorry, Cold and Lightning to make up for using this ring.
Power of chaos in the palm of your hands.
Okay, that fixes. Cold resistance. Have a good night, Sesh. What's up, Pony? Desecrate so that we can have the minions, our General Scribe minions, spawn when we're doing bosses. Alright. Actually, do I have is it Coral Ruins, I think, is what we need for freeze immunity? Probably don't have it. Coral Ruins by default isn't that a level 12 map, I believe? It's level 9, okay. It's like the only one we're missing. I guess I could YOLO. Actually, no, let's do the map trick. How many maps do I have at level 8? Damn, I don't have like 4 of a map, so it's hard for me to do that trick. I think we're just gonna have to YOLO some Orb of Horizons and maybe we get lucky. Wait, that's the wrong tier. Oh, come on, dude. What are we doing? We're wasting Orbs of Horizon. Boom, that's all we need. That's fair. I haven't checked Keurig in a minute. He probably has one too. Watch. He does not. Okay. We got it anyways. We'll do this with my only Divine Vessel, but that's going to give us our freeze immunity, so we don't have to worry about that on a flask. Let's go back to rolling these real quick. One charge when you're hit by an enemy. Not what I really want. We do want some shock. We do kind of want to play around with shock. Ideally, we'd run like, oh, I think I'm missing a passive point, probably still. I'm speeding through the campaign. Yeah, I'm missing Reflection of Terror. That's funny. We actually have a free passive point we're about to get, too. That's what happens when you rush the campaign. We'll just take that for now. You can re-roll this fast though, because we're gonna have freeze immunity in a second. What level is this? This is probably not going to give me anything good, actually. don't think I have a Quicksilver that's high level either. That's 55. This will roll better. Okay. Looking for extra movement speed, to be honest, but I don't think we're gonna get lucky here. What are these rolls, dude? What are these flash rolls? What is going on right now? I mean, we might just have to roll with that for a second. Oh, the evasion does nothing. What I really need is crit on this. Okay, they're like not on the flasks I want, but we'll take it. And then I guess the armor. Scuffed as hell. Where is anything at? Okay, at least they're all around 6 seconds. We don't have any kind of sustain on them, but it is what it is. We got rid of the evasion stuff, which is nothing for us. We are running double, so now we've got 24 when our flasks are up. Let's go get freeze immunity real quick. And we'll get a Atlas point too. And then we're gonna go run that passive point I need. Yeah, that was that. I mean, it is. It's better than what we have, but it ain't great. Yeah. But hey, that's SSF for you, you know? We needed like a lot of alterations. This is the nice thing about trade, right? Because you can just buy the flasks you need. It's like, hey, I'll take a grant 3 charges on hit and crit. Thank you. Have a nice day. Here's your 2 divine. %, physical damage reduction. Nice. Oh yeah. Rolling flasks the first couple days of a league, even like going into the second week, is really good money. So I'm curious, what is my... I need to go hit some mobs and see if this is really scaling my crit up. What is my crit at right now? 48%? Yeah, run blight for bases and roll some. Yeah. Alright, let's get our freeze immunity. Nice. Relic cash. Skill points. Let's go do our Act 8 skill point that we never got.
My spirit is spent.
It's a weird layout. It just looks weird. Normally it goes further down, but okay.
Be well.
Okay. Back to farming maps. Thanks, Sai, for the prime. Hit for the follow. Thank you, guys. Alright.
Chaos within chaos.
Chaos within chaos.
Orb of scouring. Cha-ching.
Oh, this this shrine gets kind of nutty, actually. We got the quick leap. Quick leap. Basically, just kill them with the leaf slam. This is kind of hilarious. I love it. We should make a leap slam build. Just do all leap slam damage like this. Giga attack speed and just leap slam everything to death. This is the build, guys. It's almost like playing Flicker with less damage. Oh, got blown up by the monsters. Rip. The chaos resistance too is kind of gnarly from the one boss. Our chaos resistance is so messed up right now, it's not even funny.
I am really fucking red.
Item plates, Goliath Greaves. Yeah, it'll do. I've never seen these gloves before. Interesting. And we're not going to be using them. So that's just some alk shards. Yeah, I guess that maybe you swap out this for an amethyst flask, because my chaos resist is pretty awful right now. We'll just take the reduced effect of shock for now. We would already have that. Crit strike chance, movement speed, armor. Sure, this will do. I've been following your recipe and doing SSF playthrough. When you say use Sunder through the whole campaign instead of swapping to Cyclone, what would you 4 or 5 link it with? Hey Malgore, I would look at my latest POB that should be updated on my vids and stuff. I now suggest you swap to Cyclone earlier on and use General's Cry. But you can still run Sunder all the way through the campaign. If I was going to play Sunder, I would do like Sunder, Fist of War, Melee Fizz, and Pulverize, probably, on a 4 link. The 5th link, I mean, Brutality, maybe. But yeah, General's Cry with Cyclone way earlier on, and I have the updated leveling trees and stuff in my guide, just feels a lot better, 100%. Yeah, no problem. Sorry about Nightbot. It's a little overprotective.
Time to up the stakes. Whisk away.
Useless piece of shit. Hi, Tina! Just a useless piece of shit. Garbage now.
Did I just get another Carnage Heart? That's my second Carnage Heart and my second Perseverance. Does the game tell me to play champion? Now we got two Perseverance. So I've got an Aegis Aurora so far on this playthrough. Two potential Kingmakers, two Perseverances. This is my second Carnage Heart. Is this better rolled? Absolutely not better rolled. They're both crap, actually. They're so bad. But yeah, that goes there. Maybe divine it later.
Prove one. Count more. Go. Move quicker. Blood. Raspberry. Captivating. Victory gift. Go get more.
Impressive, mortal.
Less area of effect is never fun, but we'll do this for completion, I guess.
Approach, challenger.
Hey, what are your thoughts on 1000% face breakers? It's pretty crazy, dude. It's pretty crazy. I saw that they also buffed Soul Rest. And I'm not gonna lie, playing Soul Rest sounds like kind of a vibe right now. I'm a minion guy at heart, and I really enjoyed playing Soul Rest back in the day. And it's also basically a spin to win kind of build, right? You spin to win and spawn your little phantasms.
Supposed to use this piece of shit.
Look at all of those gloves. Dude. Me too, but only if I drop it in SSF, yeah. What do the Cyclone buffs really do? So basically, both Cyclone and Cyclone of Tumult got damage increase, about roughly a 12% damage increase, and they got AoE increase. And then specifically, Tumult also got faster ramping of its stages and slightly more attack speed. We on a 6 link yet? We are not Grimshire. We are not. We did do our first 2 Void Stones not too long ago. Oh gosh, this is going to be terrifying. Jesus. What are we doing? Getting bombarded is what's happening.
Grasping coils.
Oh, we still have a boss up. It's like the actual map boss for this map. They survived. We're not on a 6 link yet. We're still running 2 5 links. But I did get my 2 Void Stones. Now we're working on farming Elder Guardian maps for Uber Elder and Maven stuff. The druggery. Yeah, I don't feel like I'm getting much more damage from this ring. Despite the 30% increased global crit and the 27% increased global crit. And the 50% increased damage while across graded ground. Doesn't feel like all of that in testing.
Seize power from anarchy. Seize power. Impressive, mortal.
That's fine. What's the best way to actually switch to crit? I had a really hard time figuring out last league. So my suggestion, when you go to crit, you want a few things. You want to take these nodes here. Smashing Strikes is going to give you your endurance charges also, so increase crit. You're going to want this crit right here. So you're going to take this crit multiplier with 25% crit multi against unique enemies. I also grab this crit down here for increased multi. And you get a little bit of chance to maim too. Those 3 crit areas really help out. If you can get crit rolls on your staff, I would have preferred crit multi on here, but I have a really low crit strike chance. And then you need to make sure more than anything else that you're hit capped. So you want to use precision and or spec into stuff like I have right here to scale up your accuracy and more crit chance. Any credence to farming the 6 link staff div carp is pretty common, and crafting a solid staff isn't too crazy. Yeah, I'm just like... I don't know how long I'm going to play this character, Grimshire, so if this was like actual League, I'd be looking at things like that. Right now, I'm just kind of doing the Void Stones to show people you can do Void Stones on this build. So we got 2, I'm just farming stuff for the other one. But I don't know if I'm going to play this character for more than another day or 2, because I'm going to take Thursday off before the League, and I might take Wednesday off too, and just give myself a little break before the grind. So this was mostly just to like test out leveling, incorporate General's Cry. It feels pretty good. But I don't know how much time I'm actually going to sing it. And I'm also working like today and tomorrow and Wednesday. So not gaming nearly as much during the week right now. Yeah, the div card isn't that uncommon, but I would have to farm specific maps, probably lower maps. I kind of want to... Having a better staff would be nice though, specifically a 6-linked one with a slightly more fizz DPS. I haven't gotten lucky. Like my first SSF character from like 2 weeks ago, when I was testing this out, I had like a 6-link drop, like I think right when I got into maps. It was pretty insane. I got a 5-link while I was in the campaign. Yeah, we'd have to farm up a lot of these boss maps. I don't think I'm going to get to the 2 Void Stones tonight. Yeah, I do think like if I get this unlucky by like this point, farming the div card is probably the best strategy. The only thing I hate about that div card is I could get like an energy shield base, and it's like kind of useless for this build. That's the unfortunate thing. Like that would actually be unplayable. You'd have to... It might be interesting with the Mercs though, because if I can get a Merc to run Determination, that could be pretty nice PDR addition to the build. Give you more flexibility with your gearing options.
Take a chance.
But this is one of the nice fountains. Ooh, this is, maybe we get lucky and we get the div cards on this, right? One can dream. And then we trade and get a perfect armor base that's 6-linked. One can dream. Almost any aura we can use on a Merc. Yeah, I mean, you could use Determination, you could use Purity of Elements to help with resistances, you could use all kinds. Haste would be insane, actually, for all the extra speed. Actually, farming ritual kind of sounds like a vibe right now. Farming ritual sounds like a lot of fun. Suddenly in the mood to farm ritual. I keep thinking about haste. Yeah, for sure, dude. Yeah, like right there. Well, I think lightning got me there. If I go clone, my plan is ritual. Yeah. The walk of shame. And will we get like a kill camera post FX vision? So that death was because I'm tired right now and I'm kind of like playing at 50%. And I just was like zug zug on the ritual. That's the death explanation. I think I need to just start rolling my maps with like alts and stuff. Would like to get a little bit more experience. We do need to fix our chaos resistance. I think I died to these orbs here too. Oh, this is the really annoying boss that does like the Giga Slams. Yeah, this guy is scary as hell. Oh, we got Snake. Got Snake too. 100% Chaos Orbs of Death, yeah. Buff Scarab is going to cost a good chunk. Let's save it for high rolled 8 mods and you should get a good turnover. Yeah. Empire's Grasp. It's like the second pair of these I've gotten. Nice vendor loot. Oh, good call. I always forget. Unless I'm like in the mindset of doing ritual, I always forget ritual. Body armor? I mean, that could be a 6-link, right? Who knows? 5-link staff. There we go. Boom. Easy. Easy money. Not 6-link, but... we'll take the body armor, because why not? And... we'll take the currency one, because these are fun. Maybe I'll hit like 5 divine orbs or something. Useless on SSF. Let's see what we get. 5 currency. Scours are actually kind of useful. I won't be upset about that. Body armor. Ice Tomb. There we go. That's what we need. 5-link staff. Maelstrom base isn't bad, and it does have 6 sockets, but the item level is 67, so it's complete trash. I do have 2 85 bases here to craft on. So... yeah, we're definitely not at that stage yet, Grim, on this character. Definitely not at this stage. We are in struggle mode right now of currency, that's for sure. Ideally, you want like an 85 base. I think 83 is actually what you want for the mods we need. But the higher the better. And you want an Ezomite base for the crit chance. How much juice do I have? We could roll Fizz on one of these. YOLO Fizz. See if we get lucky. Divine Vessels for Pantheon? What's the recipe for Divine Vessels? I did not know that. It's only 55. I'm not sure about staffs. If they're gonna roll in staffs. Whoa! 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 What did we just hit here? Holy moly! We got T1 increased fizz. The fizz damage is... Oh, that's hybrid. Oh my gosh, but we're blocked with fire damage. Damn, dude. That's so sad. We can't really increase the damage on this thing. We could roll Crot multi on it. What does this come out to with... It's slightly better than what I have now. The problem is I get +2 level of socketed melee gem skills. This is a pretty big boon on our General's Cry setup. Man, if that fire damage wasn't there, dude. We could roll like actual something else on there. Yeah. I don't have an annul, but it's definitely something you annul. Time to farm harpies, I guess. Farm harbinger. We'd have to set up our second Atlas tree when we get enough points. I gotta get 100 bonus Atlas points. Guess you farm Harvey and you annul this and you pray that you don't hit the 2. Honestly, I wouldn't be sad if I hit the add fizz damage because we can get a better one off the bench. I haven't been farming beasts. We can check. Remove prefix. There's no way. I haven't even been to the... I haven't even gone to there yet. Yeah, Ferric Wolf Alpha. Add a suffix, remove a random prefix. Nope, I haven't been farming beasts. Didn't get lucky with what randomly spawns. But this is definitely a staff you hold on to. If we were to null off, honestly, I'd be happy getting rid of that added fizz damage too, because we get a better one off the bench. But that fire damage is tragic. Or recombo it with another staff and just pray.
We smile at your fortune.
41% more life. Yuck. I am Hubler. I've got General's Cry wrapped up into the build right now. Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm. Use the fire damage for the 100% damage node on burning targets. Is that on the passive tree? Yeah, I'm looking at the Fiery Mastery right now. I don't have any Ignite chance though. And also, I'm running Brutality right now, so I don't do any elemental damage. Yeah, I saw the Fire Mastery. I'd have to change a lot of stuff to make that work. It's It's possible. General Cry feels pretty good. Feels pretty good. Yeah, we'd have to swap some gems and do a few things to make it work. Give your spirits volcanic fissure or something with ignite chance. Are you talking about the base gem or the alt gem?
Time to up the stakes. Heavy guard.
Oh gosh. Got all the terrible map bosses right now. Jeez Louise. Oh, they're all on consecrated ground too. This is rough. Can I move them over here? I gotta get them off consecrated ground or we're done. I think consecrated ground might have bricked this map actually. That's kind of crap. I think consecrated ground might have bricked this. Freaking consecrated ground, dude. Like, really? It's so annoying. Can I get them in the corner over here? There we go. This freaking boss. Alright, come over here. I gotta bait him away. Leave the consecrated ground. He ain't gonna move. I think I'm just gonna take my losses here. Need this. Okay, maybe but I cannot activate Drone's Cry with Desecrate down. I just swapped over to Cyclone. You need auto exert, like he's saying. So auto exertion makes it so that your war cry goes off every few seconds. Haunted Mansion's kind of a vibe, actually. Well, that's rather unfortunate. Consecrated ground, dude. Phew. And when you put down Desecrate, the General's Cry isn't spawning minions. Are you in a zone right now, or are you like in your hideout like I am? Yeah, are you having issues reserving mana for the auto exert? Did you, do you have auto exert reserved right now? See how my auto exert isn't on? When I press it, it reserves mana. And now every couple seconds, my war cry goes off like you're seeing right now. you gotta use auto exert on your bar, and when you, like an aura, you turn it on like an aura and it's gonna reserve mana.
Cha-ching.
Yeah, no problem.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Fighting round, fighting round. Oh, scare.
Time to up the stakes. Absorb pain. Atrophy flesh.
Oh, scare.
This might be our first Maven Chills.
Cha-ching. Fighting round. Cha-ching.
You die rather well.
Hey, good night, Mike. Appreciate you stopping by and tuning in. Yeah, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna go tonight. I'm pretty tired. We got 2 of the Void Stones done, so there's that. I just gotta, that's the SSF life now. I just gotta grind out the maps to do the other 2. If it was trade, you could just buy the boss summons, but, you know.
Cha-ching. 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 Cha-ching.
I don't know how feasible it is to fit into build, but next time you have unkillable enemy due to life regen, you could just use a level 1 Frost Bomb or the recovery or Mark Masteries at lower regen. Gotcha. Yeah, that's smart.
Cha-ching! Cha-ching! Cha-ching!
Hey, thanks, Magor. Appreciate that. That's crazy. Thank you for the donation.
Divination card! Oh, Scarab!
That's the thing about Abyss, by the way. I'm not sure. I think there's something with the corpses, or they don't actually leave corpses. I noticed that my General's Cry wasn't going off there.
Time to up the stakes. Open the void! Oh, the chase begins.
No, Hector, no major build changes since yesterday. Just been leveling up.
Crush challenges to dust.
Oh yeah, Rezero. The Mage Blood.
Another challenge? Twice as hard. Fight faster! Fight now! Keep fighting, grasping coils. It continues. Begin the quickening. Stupid battle fills the air.
Oh, Scarab!
Gift because of victory. Repeat my challenge.
Got a new PC for the league. That's what we call prepping. This map's gonna suck. Unique bosses are possessed. I might run this with the other tree just to not deal with 5 unique possessed mob bosses that are gonna just destroy me. Use mini fridge as a tower case, yeah. Yeah, I have a 5070 now and it still struggles on some games. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, laptops get super hot when you're gaming on them. I used to have a cooling rack for mine. Like right there, I'm having some kind of weird graphical thing where mine was getting stutter frames. It's kind of crazy. How does your desecrate work? So desecrate works like this. If there's no corpses nearby, my general's cry goes off, but I don't spawn minions. If I drop my desecrates and I have bodies nearby, when my war cry goes off, it spawns minions like you're seeing right now. So it's good for bossing. Or like when I'm about to do a mechanic like this, I'll put the desecrate down so my minions spawn before I kill the mobs. Hey, thanks, Big. Appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. It's only going to be stronger in 3.26, so I'll tell you what, getting spell block is going to be difficult, yeah, on SSF, because getting that roomies is going to be so good. I got so lucky on the SSF playthrough 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I'm going to be running Cyclone this week. Kind of tempted to try that out in Unique as well, but get things running well. Yeah, I think Star Caller will be fun. I think it's going to have to be on a cast on crit build, though, most likely. Really scale it. Alright. Where's the boss? Is he over here? Oh yeah, he's possessed. This is gonna suck. Oh yeah, I forgot he does his freaking discharge. I forgot about that. Rip. He basically does like Molten Strike. He has a discharge. There's something else he does. He's basically like the ultimate fire build. He does like Molten Strike, discharge, and some other like fiery thing. Yeah, he's a Giga Chad. And he's possessed right now, so he's just like Giga hard. It's kind of ridiculous. Worked really well together. Last time I played Cyclone was back on Facebreaker and the Surrender. Ah, yeah. Them days. Curious if there's a reason you dropped 2 and mastery between Cruel and Merc Lab. Talking about the 40% increased damage against mobs. You can keep it. It's just more damage. I think I was opting to go into more endurance charges at the time to scale that out in preparation of mapping for extra defense. But you could take off one of those endurance charge nodes and just slap it back on there. Damage doesn't really feel like a problem when you get into maps on this build. But defenses, until you start scaling your attack block and spell block, like right now it's hard on SSF, right? Because if I was playing trade, I'd already have a Rumi's Flask, and I would have anointed my amulet with enigmatic defense up here. And then I would have taken versatile combatant, and I would essentially have almost 70% spell and attack block, and I'd feel much tankier than what you're seeing right now. But because this is SSF, I don't have a Rumi's yet. I haven't gotten the oils to get the anoint. So I have really good attack block, but I have like no spell block. So having like all the extra endurance charges kind of helps out with the elemental damage reduction. Helps out with your phys damage reduction while you're getting into maps. It just makes you a little bit beefier. And damage doesn't really feel like a problem to me personally, but it is a lot of damage, so you could easily just unspec one of those endurance charge nodes and go for that instead. Yeah, it does help. It's probably almost certainly worth dropping 1 endurance charge for that if you need the damage. I really didn't know, like I recently picked it up when I was getting into harder maps here. So I'm doing slightly different stuff on my tree right now because I don't have cluster jewels. I don't have like all the stuff I was talking about because it's SSF, so I'm speccing my tree slightly different. But this really helps out, in my opinion, if you're pushing into like red maps like I'm doing. Like on trade, I'd have a better weapon I'd have better overall gear. I'd have the block and stuff. And I'm kind of pushing hard into T16s right now, so having the extra damage is like, feels good. What's up, Always Rogue? How's it going? Just playing some PoE. I'm actually gonna grab some water. I'll be back in a minute. Yeah, my version I don't go crit until way later than you have and go precise technique and spell suppression. Yeah. Never deal critical strikes. How does that work if you're going crit? Are you saying that you go precise technique and spell suppression until you go crit? Like, I feel like this is really good early on when you're leveling. Definitely helps out with your hit. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess it's a different way of going about hit cap, right? You can do precise technique on the right side of the tree. I just normally always go resolute technique. Yeah, the attack damage is really nice. It is pretty crazy. Yeah, it might be worth taking a look at that, Always Rogue, because we don't really start speccing into impale nodes on the tree until like the 50s. It's probably maybe worth just running melee fizz instead, although you do get 60% impale, right, off of it. We do pick up the rage wheel pretty soon after we go Cyclone. So I feel like if you were gonna use a gem, I'd use melee fizz if anything instead of impale. That being said, I used impale on the leveling this guy and it felt fine. Your general's between like your Cyclone is more just like easy clear early on. It does more damage now. But like in the campaign, General's Cry definitely is carrying with a lot of the AoE clear and single target until Cyclone kind of takes a little bit to feel good. I don't think I ran this map yet, did I? I did not. Yeah, that's fair. I might adjust that in the POV then. Thanks, Big Cow for the follow. Yeah, I didn't think about how it scales with crit. Let's see. I'm playing SSF right now, so I don't have Tumult on this character. I'd have to have the Stampede boots, and I've only been playing this test character for 3 days now. How about the new Wave of Conviction, I guess that's what you're saying, on Trathis with cast on crit on Cyclone? Base damage looks nice. I haven't seen the alternate version of Wave of Conviction from the new league. Could be a vibe though, yeah. So I guess we could do like melee fizz here. Making the build better. And then at 58, that means we could still be using melee fizz. Then we'd probably drop these impale nodes then. That gives us 3 points back on the tree. Yeah, so we'll put a little. This is a good frequently asked question. When to swap to crit, what do I need? We'll mention the crit clusters to take, hit cap with precision, as well as impale over melee fizz. I was playing this build yesterday. I'm in yellow maps now. Hey, there you go, Frankie. Okay, so we dropped. I think I grabbed all the impale nodes off the tree that I was using. Level 70. Drop these. Grab this. Take that back. Grab the damage against rares and uniques. This is actually nice on the 77 tree because it allows us to pick up two really nice nodes here. One is just the flat 30% increased defenses while wielding the staff, and the other is the recovery of life when you block. That's actually pretty nice to have on the 77 tree there. Yeah, I'm gonna dock up a champion tree for like late game sometime over this week, and I'll add it. I'll have it in the finalized POB before league launch on Friday. I just need to spend some time, more time than what I'm doing right now, to think about how I'd do that. I also don't want to be a POB warrior and just put a bunch of fake stats in the config to try to simulate what the fortification's going to do and stuff. Like, some of it's easy to math out, but I see some people, like, I saw one build where, like, you know, the Cyclone gem's doing 12% more damage, so they just put a flat 12% more damage in the POB config, and I'm like, that's not how that works, bro. Okay, so we've updated all those trees. Yeah, so something I was thinking about was like this is going to be very expensive. And my assumption is that if a player is reaching level 90 using Resolute Technique, they may not be like super skilled. Like, you can make the conversion to crit sooner than this, which is what I did. But for a newer player, they might just be needing to, like, they might not be ready for that. Overlord's a pretty expensive cluster jewel. So I'm wondering if I just take these points out and we go back into Fortify on the tree here. We lose some damage, but I think like it's better and more new player friendly. Hey, no problem, Edward. Appreciate it. I'm gonna try this build on Wednesday. Okay. Hopefully you enjoy it. I'm calling it now. Dual strike of Ambi champion gonna be the Giga DPS build. Stay tuned. Aren't you gonna play Jung's champion like Reeve Blade Flurry? 200 million DPS on day one. So if we were to drop this cluster here, I think it's more realistic to tell a player you're going to keep Fortify here. I think this is a more realistic tree at level 90 for someone who's still running Resolute Technique. The only expensive items on here is maybe Stampede for a Divine, and the Cane could be expensive. The Cane might be kind of bait now. I'm not sure if this is going to go up in price or stay where it was in 3.25. This might not be a great suggestion. It might be better to just put a crafted rare here. Yeah, and HC SSF. He's going to find all those uniques. I think dropping Overlord makes sense on this particular tree. I think once you're like at this point, this is probably, this tree right here is where I see most players hitting a ceiling in terms of investment, because Light of Meaning is going to be expensive. Storm Shroud will be about 5 to 10 Divine. An Overlord Jewel cluster is probably going to be like anywhere from 3 to 15 Divine, depending on how perfectly rolled it is. So this is like a mid-investment tree that's going to get you able to do almost all the content in the game. So Overlord makes sense here. I think on this one, we drop Overlord. Cane could be better for sure. I'm just not sure like how cheap of an item it's going to be. So I think telling people to use Cane right now might be kind of a bait, you know? Versus a different crafted staff. Is the build intended for SSF or is it viable in both? It's viable in both. I built the build around something that the idea behind the build is that you can scale it out and it's viable in both an SSF and trade setting. but I also wanted to make the leveling trees realistic and not like POB warrior, you know? So I try to keep the gear pretty limited until you get to the final loadouts, right? The crit conversion, medium investment, the end game version, a lot of investment. Probably essence craft this is probably more realistic than buying a cane. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just not sure like if cane's gonna become more expensive or not. I think a weapon like this is far more reasonable, right? You spam like a T2 contempt until you hit like a T4, T5 increased fizz, and then you just like craft on attack speed. I think something like this is probably more realistic than a cane. I don't know how you guys feel about that. No problem, Malgor. Thanks for the donation and tuning in. I really appreciate it. Yeah, the four-veiled mod cane could be crazy depending on how it rolls. But I think this staff might be more realistic for newer players. So really, there's nothing expensive on this tree now. Like, this gear is just stuff you find. Just the Stampede is really the only expensive item. Nobody uses Arumis. Yeah. I think something like this is pretty reasonable. Looking at this, though, just really reinforces why you want to go crit as soon as possible. I mean, you absolutely want to go crit as soon as you can. Wonder if there's a good Elder Exhaust Slam. There possibly could be. Contempt Spam and Fizz Bench Slam can be done by anyone. That's why I'm saying, like, you just basically spam Contempts, and then you either craft on, like, attack speed or the Fizz damage, depending on what hits, you know? Like, or you do a Harvest Reforge. I feel like those things are probably more realistic. This build can do anything. It just requires a lot of investment to do, like, the high-end game. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call this the level 90 staff. I just think this is a bit more realistic. We've dropped Overlord. We do get points back on the tree too for damage, potentially. So we've got 7 points. We could come down here, pick up some extra damage. Yeah, if you want to, I don't know how bad it'll, like in 3.25, you had to do a lot of investment to be able to do like really juiced T17s and Ubers. But if you want to like, with General's Cry and like the buffs to Cyclone, it may not be as bad. Yeah. I mean, based on my testing right now, I'm running 2 5 links. I don't even have 6 links with none quality gems. And I'm doing, destructive play already in T16s on SSF. So, I mean, the sky's the limit in my opinion. General's Cry adds a lot of damage to the build. And with, like, actual good gear, 6 links, the buffs to Cyclone, I do think it's going to be easier to break into T17s, for sure. I just don't want to put a price on that or mislead people. I can say with certainty it'll be easier to do T17s and Uber Pinnacle bosses in 3.26. I don't know what that looks like yet, though. Percentage-wise in comparison to what it was. Yeah, I think this is a better suggestion for newer players. And I also think Kane is now kind of a bait, so I'm going to remove that from the build. I think this is a more realistic tree. You're going to be running your weapon's going to have at least 5 red, which means we can toggle on temper increased armor, which just makes us tankier. Although there might be 3 better points to take for EHP than that. Are you going to redo the Staffcraft video? I'll probably do a new Staffcraft video while I'm making one. I'll probably like do it live stream, and then I'll probably take that footage and condense it, put it on YouTube in a video. Okay, so we got 3 points. What's the best way to spend them on this tree? This gives us back our Fortify. Maybe. Also, I don't think I swapped Cyclone. We have Melee Fizz. I wonder what a good support. I wonder if something Sim is better than Impale right now for Cyclone. Since we haven't gone crit yet. I don't like Conk Effect. I guess Infused Channeling is kind of nice. That does give you some damage reduction. It is a lot less damage. Not a lot, but I think at this point you can just run Impale because you're going to be swapping to crit, so it probably makes sense to just be running it at this point. So maybe start to invest some Impale nodes on the tree in preparation. That feels pretty good. Do we go all in on Impale then maybe at this point? So I think at this point maybe you do invest in the Impale. Just to have those points allocated for when you make the swap to crit. You feel baited, Stained? What do you mean you feel baited? Yeah, so I think we've made the level 90 tree that's pre-crit a lot more realistic. We have a crafted staff. We're not using a cane that could be super expensive. And we shuffled some points around and gotten pretty much the same damage without using cane. I think this is a far more realistic tree to recommend to people. We basically have the same exact damage as we did before, but we're not putting a potentially very expensive unique as the weapon. I guess the only thing I'd say to Grim is, it depends on what version of my build you're doing, but like around this point, the reason why the staff nodes are nice is you do have that enigmatic defense anoint and versatile combatant, so you do have like that 65% block and spell block. One thing I noticed was that I had to put the mana nodes a bit earlier than you did, around level 35-40. Let's take a look. Oh, because you're talking about, because we go Cyclone earlier now, the mana cost on Cyclone. Yeah, it does make you pressured to run a mana flask. Because you really do, when you run Cyclone, you not only need this cluster, you really do need Cannibalistic, right? Did I pick that up on the next tree? I did not, so that might be a consideration here. I think those 2 points are actually more important early on. Lightning Golem gives flat mana regen now too? That's crazy. You're talking about Lightning Golem is basically clarity, but it can die. That's funny. So you're saying, Crix, that you went for Cannibalistic, right? You went for these 2 points, basically? Yeah, that makes sense. It would help with the mana. So that Forbidden Flesh Jewel is only used for going crit, right? We don't even use the Forbidden Flame and Flesh on the level 90 crit conversion. That's like super expensive. So I think it's fair to say you run Overlord cluster setup at this point. But Forbidden Flame and Flesh are going to be really expensive. That's why they're on those super expensive Giga in-game build loadout. Wherever I have those. There's one right there and the other one somewhere. Yeah, we don't run these until the super expensive version of the build because these are going to be dozens of divines. Yeah, so I think recommending Cannibalistic right early on makes more sense. I really like what we did with the level 90 tree. I think dropping Overlord was smart. And I think getting rid of Kane was smart, and then just telling people all points on the passive tree, craft a staff. I like this a lot better. Anytime I can get the same kind of EHP and damage and not have to rely on uniques with specific mods that are variable is preferred. The crit conversion setup does have the flesh, but I'll take your word for it. That might have been a mistake I made. So if you look at my crit conversion tree right here, I don't have Forbidden Flame and Flesh on here. I do have a Light of Meaning. The 2 attribute points are very necessary in level 47. The reason why I allocated attribute points early on here is I noticed when I was playing my character that I was starting to get tight on intellect and dex. Because when you go Cyclone, you have to start using staffs. You don't have to, but I recommend you do. And staffs require intellect. So it might, to me, like I recommended speccing these points when I did the revision of the tree, because I think it's going to help out with attribute pressure for players early on, because they may not find those stats on gear as they're leveling. And then you can spec out of these later. And I actually keep them on the tree for a while just to kind of help out with that attribute pressure. I don't think I drop them until, yeah, like around 77 I start to drop one of them. But early on, I think this is actually very beneficial. The plus 30 to both, I think, is going to help out people with being able to use a staff. Yeah, the Light of Meaning, I think, is a fair enough thing to keep on the crit conversion. The way I look at the crit conversion tree is there's recommendations on here that are mid-level investment, right? So Light of Meaning might be 20 divine, 25 divine. It's going to be the most expensive thing on this version of the build. A Storm Shroud's like 5 to 10 divine. After that, Overlord might be several divine. Like Overlord on a cluster jewel. Those will be the 3 expensive items. Oh, it's all good, Jiggle. Yeah, so I think keeping the attribute points on to tell like a newer player, right, that isn't used to the game, they'll just spec this, and it'll just passively help them out when they're trying to look at gear and stuff. But I could put a note in here about that. Explain attribute points on leveling loadouts. Yeah, solid Onyx Amulet would help too. So what 2 points do we drop for Cannibalistic Right? It's pretty tight. Maybe we just don't take Rage yet. I think with General's Cry, you can pick this up later. Honestly. And it's probably worth going for the 10 produced. You probably should just do this like this, right? I think this right here over Rage is going to be far more, it's going to make it feel so much better to play. And then you just grab Rage as you start to head into your 50s while you're taking more damage up here. I think that makes more sense. And now you've got that assistance with the mana. You don't want to take away life. You don't want to take away life. You don't want to take away resolute technique. And you really want the leech down here too. Yeah, Carnage Heart is GOAT. On a lot of the leveling trees, I try to keep the gear as non-unique specific as possible. The reason I'm going to keep Hijonimes here is Hijonimes is a relatively cheap staff. It's not used by a lot of people. So this should be a pretty realistic thing for players to spend some chaos on when they get into maps. This usually is like 20 or 30 chaos. Cool, I had mentioned about the attributes for those points. I feel like a Hijonimes is a reasonable suggestion for a staff to use. It's decent damage. Nobody plays with Hijonimes to make it expensive on trade. But there's a difference between like a 30 chaos traditionally Hijonimes and, you know, what could be a 5 or 10 divine Kane, depending on how it rolls now. And the fact that there may be less people running Betrayal. But yeah, I think we just made the build, once again, a lot better from all your guys' feedback. So we've got Mana Sustain, and we have a far more realistic level 90 tree pre-crit without Kane that does the same damage. And it also dropped the Overlord cluster. So we just saved a ton of money right here for players. Yeah, you do struggle with resistances on this build. I'm able to solve it because I'm just very experienced at the game, so it's easy for me to come up with ways to solve resistances. And I also, you know, on softcore, just kind of bite through it sometimes. It might be worth taking a Lyra. I mean, 15 resist is a lot. Maybe we suggest a Lyra at this point. I am updating the POB EM, so we've adjusted the leveling a little bit. We've adjusted the leveling trees a little bit to help with mana sustain early on when you go Cyclone. I've also redone the 90 resolute technique tree. I've managed to keep the same damage, but we've dropped Kane because it's probably going to be expensive, and we've got just a simple crafted staff here. very similar to the one I'm using on my SSF character right now, actually. And we've taken and we've dropped the Overlord cluster because that's going to be expensive, and just spec Fortify on the tree like we're doing earlier. So probably saved anywhere from 5 to 15 divine on this tree, but have the same damage in EHP. And now I'm going back through and I'm swapping things around to recommend going Alira while leveling for the free 15 resists, which is just going to feel better than an extra skill point. So let's see. How much Stampede early cost? Stampede usually goes for like anywhere from 50 chaos to maybe a divine. It just depends. Just trying to keep the trees consistent from loadout to loadout, so you're not moving points around so often. Any gems worth mooling from other classes to start? I don't think so always. Like, based off my playtesting, Spectral Throw carries you pretty hard. I think you just do Spectral Throw, get yourself Leap Slam and Decoy, and you just kind of blast through the act, and then, you know, swap to Sunder right before you kill Maryville. I don't think there's really... I mean, maybe Momentum for Leap Slam is worth muling on a Ranger. But I might add that to the notes section, but I don't feel like that's something I would tell every player to go do, especially new players. I don't think it's necessarily, like... I don't think it's really necessary. I think faster attacks on Leap Slam feels good enough. Let's see. I guess at this point you could probably just drop the Dex node. By then you should have your stuff figured out. Hopefully. Nego Resolute Technique. Probably just keep a Lyra on this too. Yeah, maybe there's something to be done with like Wave of Conviction cast on crit Cyclone with the Star Collar Axe. Could be interesting. Like those three things together could be pretty interesting. Yeah, I'd like to still see more like numerical data, but I don't know like until we know. And it's like it's not an Uber Pinnacle boss trap, right? It comes from just one of the new bosses, so it's probably not going to be super rare. I don't think it's going to be like super rare, right? But you're definitely, I don't think you're going to see a lot of them the first couple days of the league too. And they might be priced pretty expensive until the community decides like how good that stuff is. Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out a point to prune off here because we picked up a Lyra. Did I not already do that? I did not. I do mention just having a good physical DPS staff when you swap. Mention, fizz, craft, recipe. Am I gonna build Abyssus? What do you mean build Abyssus? Like use Abyssus? I have Abyssus in my POB. Once you go like crit, because of the crit multi on it, it does lower your EHP quite a bit for fizz damage. So if you want to be tankier, you can just run like an armor helm. But I mean, it does add a lot of damage to the build. Honestly, I don't know if I'm gonna get that deep in the weeds with it, Ian, until like I know what the aura bots can do and how we have to spec them to keep them from not dying and stuff. Right now my initial thought is this, right? So say we're on the crit build, okay? The crit build, like 20 million damage if you have all this shit, is like more damage than you need to do everything outside of like Juice T17s and Uber Pinnacle bosses. So what aura would benefit me the most at this point? I'm thinking Determination, maybe. Determination gives us like, without Determination, we're sitting at like 13,000 PDR. With Determination, we're almost at 20,000. So I think like a aura bot that just has Determination, I don't think they're going to be running multiple auras. So if I had to pick one, my damage is going to feel fine. What I'd like is to be tankier. And getting like 6,000 to 7,000 Fizz damage reduction from Determination sounds pretty good. Perkle's toe plus volatility. Calm's binding. Oh, I see what you mean, because that would cause them to just do more fire damage to you. That's actually pretty smart, yeah. Yeah. Actually, that would make us super tanky, right? Because if they were running like Determination and then we put Calm's binding on them, we gain so much PDR. Like that gives us quite a bit. Yeah, that would be pretty crazy too. Getting lucky hit would be pretty dope. Yeah, I guess I could put like a tentative merchant ideas, Determination, Calms, binding. I don't know how crazy we're gonna get with like, cause we may have to like run a lot of decent armor on them to keep them from not dying in maps and stuff. So I don't know how many uniques we're gonna be able to slap on them. The problem with Animate Guardian is like when you're playing a minion build with Animate Guardian, right? You're taking a lot of nodes on the tree to keep your minions alive. Stuff like Sacrifice, Righteous Army. You know, stuff like Indomitable Army. We're not taking any of that stuff because minion modifiers don't have any effect on a mercenary. So I think if you just throw a bunch of shit on them and they run into a map and they don't have like resistances and or armor evasion or anything that a player has, they're just gonna fall over. That's my assumption. Alright, I'm gonna save this. I think I'll play around with this more tomorrow when I'm actually awake. But I think we did make the build leveling in this tree a lot nicer and more realistic for newer players, and I can flesh out these notes later. Because I'm getting tired. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna play tonight. I might do another map or two. Yeah, tomorrow, if I stream, it might be more of just like a deep dive into POB updates and stuff like that, because I'm going to be working pretty late tomorrow, so by the time I get home, I don't know how much PoE I'm actually going to want to play. I think the next few days, I'm slowly going to be taking more and more time off before the league, just to kind of give myself a palate cleanse before we get into the... Because I'm going to be no-lifing pretty hard for about a week. So it's going to be some pretty long stream sessions. So I think I'm going to give myself, over the next few days, more and more time off just to kind of get ready for that. Do some personal stuff, personal life stuff. I don't want to keep, like, I'm really tempted to, like, do an update on my... Yeah, I really don't want to burn out before the league. I'm tempted to do like an update video on my POB, but I don't want to keep flooding like constant posted videos on YouTube. So I don't know if people would like that if I did like a new video that's like, hey, here's the updated POB after some more testing, etc. I don't know if like that would be good or not. People would like a video like that, kind of breaking down the changes and all that stuff.
The last legacy of a forgotten empire.
But maybe that's what I'll do tomorrow, is record that video, if that seems like something people would be interested in. Because we have changed quite a bit of stuff since the original video was posted. You know what would be interesting is if I can flesh this character out a little bit, so I can be like, hey, I leveled this character on SSF. Here's what it looks like with General's Cry. You know, it's an SSF character. Here's, you know, got my Void Stones, etc. Here's my thoughts. Here's my updated POV. Blah blah blah. Like maybe that's something people would like to see. So they're like, hey, it's revised. It's cleaner. It's less money. It's even more realistic. It's SSF viable. I have a character I can demo off that, you know, has the setup essentially. Slightly altered, because I'm not going to have, you know, some of the stuff that the tree has that you'd have access to on trade, like easy oils for annoyance and whatnot. Yeah, I think that might be worth it, like maybe Wednesday or something. Just like demo off this character if I've got it fleshed out more. And I can be like, hey, I did another SSF run, did my Atlas, got my Void Stones, here's the new setup on the character, here's the updated POB. I can go detailed into the POB, go through the notes section, kind of explain everything. I think there's some value in that. I just don't want to keep flooding videos out there unless there's actual value, you know what I mean? I don't want to Be one of those guys. I didn't do the map boss for stuffs. Thanks Anil and Leon, John, all you guys for the subs, much appreciated. Yeah, I've seen a lot of just really baity, really kind of like, I don't think good information out there. I respect the damage it does, but I really hate the playstyle. I played Bama in 3.23 and actually really enjoyed it, but it's definitely like a particular playstyle. You are not wrong. Oh, it's the dude that explodes. Rip. Yeah. Yeah, I had fun with Bama, but it's definitely a very particular way to play the game, for sure. So we'll probably start this or make Cyclone with the right side of the tree. We'll see. Definitely we'll play the trade because I really like the tumult. So I was talking about this with someone earlier, but I'm actually debating now if I want to go trade or if I want to play SSF because all my friends are playing trade. So that kind of like has been weighing on my thoughts. And there's a lot of my friends that are coming back to play for this expansion in League. And it would allow me to show off the build a lot faster and progress things in a non-SSF environment. I could very quickly get things going on the build and really push it hard. The only downside is when I play trade that way, I feel compelled to have to like totally maximize my time and my efficiency and flip currency and do a bunch of stuff. And with the kind of attention the build's gotten, I feel like the pressure to perform and scale as quickly as possible so I can show things off, and I think that would kind of not feel fun to me. It is true. Playing trade early is a one-time thing. And I've also thought about like potentially doing like a hardcore run on the build. In an SSF environment, it would be a lot slower pace than what I'm doing right now, and I'd be playing a lot differently. But I always play hardcore each league, and I think it could be fun. I haven't tried my build out yet. I usually play something more like RF or a minion build or something. I could just do like a pure Cyclone version of the build and work my way up towards Tumult, you know? There is a part of me that is aware of the fact that if I play, oh, this guy is really annoying. Actually, all of these guys are super annoying. Sorry, I'm killing bosses real quick. There's a part of me that realizes that if I play trade and I can demo the build off quicker and show things, that it's just good for content. Because the build is getting a lot of attention. But I don't want to feel like that's why I'm playing the game. I'm not trying to do it for that reason. But I am aware. What's up, Derp? Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, I think that's the plan. I think I'll play the build for like another day or two, and then I'll do like maybe an update video on Wednesday with the probably final POB before we go into the league. Play trade lead, but only sell for currency. Continue until you get hard Cyclone only, then buy to solve the problem. So you say that, but my instant reaction is going to be not to farm Blight for 5 days or 10 days and just buy the Stampede. That's going to be my instant kind of gut reaction if I go trade. I'll farm Blight for 2 days straight and just be like, yeah, no, I'm done. I'm just going to buy the Stampede. I know what my control impulse is like. I'm very aware of who I am as a person. That iron will does not exist for me in that way. That's why I'd have to go like into an SSF league. Ooh, Acton's Nightmare. It'll be fun to run. Stay SSF for just the first 3 days. Yeah, we could probably do that. Does this build have health leech? Yeah, it's a Slayer, so we have leech here. Actually, I don't have the 10% leech this instant. I'm crazy. What am I doing? I need to pick that up real quick. And then we also have the Slayer leech. How do I not have that? What am I doing? Can't drop that dex node. Oh, that's so frustrating. I think I have enough mana now. I could probably drop this. And then we can just pick up that instant leech. How did I not have that? I am insane. Yeah, leech even with full HP is OP. Alright, so we have a game plan. I'm going to work on the POB, and I'll level this character up for another day, 2-ish. I might just go into farming Blights tomorrow, to be honest, because I think actually getting oils so I can get enigmatic defense on my amulet, and then go versatile combatant, it's going to make the build tankier. And right now I'm just needing more defense. But I would like to also get the Void Stones done, so there's that. Maybe just keep pushing until I get Void Stones, and it just is what it is. Yeah, no problem, Sep. It must be this way. Usually the bosses are in the left top corner of this map. Yeah, and then we'll do an update video, go over everything. We just got our first 2 stones earlier, and now I'm trying to gen up boss maps so that I can farm the rest. Yeah, now we're just trying to farm up more maps, basically.
Oh, such a useless piece of shit.
Hey, we got a Praxis. There we go. Mana recovery solved. Yeah, how did I not have the instant leash? I was tripping on that, man. That's so huge, what we're doing. And I skipped that passive point in Act 8. I've just been all over the place with this run. Like, all over this place. We figured out a lot of stuff, but it's been definitely not what I'd call efficient.
Time to up the stakes. Inescapable.
No, I can share it, yeah. I'm just not gonna like make a video on it or do stuff with it until I put a little bit more refinement into it. Let's check a few things. Here's where we're currently at. Hey, have a good day at work, Derp. Yeah, we're doing pretty good here. Just third day of this SSF test on this character. We're doing some T16s and farming up some boss maps so we can get frags for Void Stones. Yeah, no problem always. Yeah, we need a lot more boss maps in this, unfortunately. We might be able to do a Shaper run soon. I just need a Chimera to do a Shaper. If I'm gonna stay up that late, we'll see. I think I got maybe another half hour in me. I am going into work a lot later tomorrow, because I'm gonna be at work later tomorrow. So my days shifted a little bit than normal. I do have some time to game. I'm just old and normally I'm in bed at this point winding down for the evening. What changes you think from what you've tested you're going to do compared to your last build guide? So we were just like kind of talking about it. I made some changes here. We've refined the trees. So like early on, I have you speccing more into mana because we've gone into Cyclone earlier to help with the cost. And then as you level, I've changed some of the node picks. We dropped Impale from our gem setup as you're leveling. You only take it once you're, so like as you're leveling, let's see, like up to through the campaign. Actually, I gotta fix the level 68 tree. So we have us using Melee Fizz instead of Impale. We'll make that change here too. got a new job, so I have 2 weeks off until I start. Time to know life the league. Yeah. So we're using basically melee fizz instead of impale as we level. We drop the impale notes on the tree and swap some things around. And then once we get into level 90, because I don't know how much Kane is going to cost with the changes to Betrayal and potentially less people running it, I dropped Kane from the build, and I just have a crafted staff here now that I think is a far more reasonable suggestion for players. I mean, I have a staff that's basically the same physical DPS on this character right now in SSF that I made. So probably just save people like anywhere from 2 to 10 divines on a Kane. And then I also dropped the Overlord Jewel Cluster down here. And instead just reallocated points. And our damage is actually the same as what it was with the cluster jewel setup. And we still have fortification without it. So same damage, but probably just saved anywhere from 5 to 15 divine on this level 90 version of the tree here. So, and then I have some stuff I've got in red here that I'm going to notes for myself for what I'm going to write out to expand the notes section in the POB. It's probably tomorrow-ish. So, yeah. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, see, like, because we don't have Enigmatic defense and Arumi's going and some other stuff, we have really good attack block right now, but our spell block is really low. So these goat guys are one of the scariest things when you're still working on scaling your block on this build. What do you mean getting rid of Unwavering Stance? I'm not sure what you mean. We run Unwavering Stance until we finally get a stun immunity on our chest. On the end game version of the build, we have stun immunity on our chest. So, so the way I kind of look at it is, because we're going, I understand your question now. Because we're crafting a chest for the apply curse and the attack crit, because we're already going to be playing around with Conqueror mods, it makes sense to get the ignore stuns and the mana cost reduction too. Because we're not going to be running Eldritch Implicits on that chest. So we might as well get as much out of the chest as we can in terms of point value from the tree. And while that's 1 point that we save, it's a point that can be used elsewhere on the tree. The chest is absolutely something you want to craft, yeah. It gives you stun immunity, it gives you mana cost reduction on your skill, it gives you apply additional curse, and it gives you crit chance scaling for your attacks. It is probably the most important thing to go for after you make a decent staff. So I would always you want to have a better weapon, and then that chest would be the first thing I'd either buy on trade from someone that crafts them, and there's usually people that craft several of those. And they sell from like 20, they sell usually 20 to 30 divines, somewhere in that range. Or you can craft it yourself. Jeez Louise. Just because I have a feeling death is imminent. Ooh, we lived through that. The fire chick from Act 1 was, or yeah, it's messing us up there. Yes, you definitely want to go for the staff, then you want to go for the chest, and then after that, you know, the upgrades become more personal preference, in my opinion, for the in-game version. I actually think I'm going to lower my loot filter because I think I'm not seeing chromies right now, and we really need chromies. Oh, yeah, it is. You know I'm getting tired when I don't swap the screen. Thanks, Derp. Professional streamer.
We smile at your fortune.
Reduced damage from crits is kind of unfortunate, but we're going to roll with it. How's it going 3 days into League? What's up, Philip? It's going pretty good. We are working on our Atlas progression. We got 2 of our Void Stones. I'm farming up boss maps so we can do get our last 2 Void Stones. Tell me what tomorrow's lottery's numbers are. Well, I've worked on a new version of the POB, so I have updated the leveling trees again based on some feedback. So we've got some more mana early on to help with Cyclone sustain. I've changed some of the gem suggestions for supports on Cyclone since Impale scales really well with crit. We've dropped Impale and we're running melee fizz on our Cyclone pretty much until we're done with the campaign. So I've swapped all that out on these setups here. And then the most important thing I did was on the level 90 tree, because I don't know how much Cane of Kolomak is going to be with the changes to Betrayal, I put in a more realistic staff that's very similar in terms of DPS to the one I have on this character in SSF right now. And I've also dropped the Overlord Cluster Jewel here, so I've reduced the cost of this version, probably 5 to 10 Divine, but we have the exact same damage and EHP that we had prior with all those expensive items on there. Wonder how we're going to utilize the mercenary guys on this build. I have some thoughts on that and some suggestions. So I'm going to expand on this in the notes here, but I'm thinking if you look at the builds, EHP, because we run Abyssus, especially once we go crit to run Abyssus with the crit multi, we have really low effective hit pool. However, if we run Determination on one of our mercenaries, that aura alone gives us almost 6,000 to 7,000 fizz deep damage reduction, basically. So I think Determination on our mercenary for this build is a huge boon to our defensive layer. And then there's some other stuff we can do too. But I think like if we're going to pick one aura to run on our merc, we don't really need the damage. What we need is that extra layer of physical damage reduction. Although, I mean, by all means, you could run another offensive aura if you want. If you don't really care about being more defensive in that regard. But, yeah. The other thing that I think could be really good is that I think might be preferable to Determination is like running Herald of Ash on a mercenary. And then we get kind of those explosions, those fire explosions, especially since our guys are using Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm. I think that would be really nice too, like a Herald of Ash. Vulnerability aura. I hate this mod so much.
Just a useless piece of shit.
Time to up the stakes.
God, just a useless piece of shit.
Hey look, it's hitless. That's a crazy chest. Oh yeah, this is our staff that we need to YOLO annul something on. If only. Getting a Kingmaker or any cold weapon would be good to get rid of the headsman ascendancy too. Yeah, Kingmaker would be good. Because then we could go. I don't know, maybe Masterful Form, your maximum damage charge. The problem is like Scone Frenzy charges is hard because they're all on the left side of the tree. The crit chance one, probably Overwhelm, would be what I would do to scale the crit further. I would probably do this. The base critical strike chance for attacks with weapons doesn't really help us, but the crit multi stuff is nice. I'd have to sim it out, but yeah, you could drop that, or you could go into more leech stuff. This would allow us not to have to, we could get rid of Unwavering, but then not have to worry about the crafting the staff with that mod on there. Oh, we have a silo map for destructive play.
Impressive, mortal.
Yeah, I think the leech node could be the play. Overkill damage, can't be stunned. Pretty good. Just lean heavy into the Slayer aspect of the build. The devs are sadistic, yeah. Like, it's like the ground effects, like the chaos explosions when you kill a mob. is another one I really hate. You know, so you kill the mob and he has all the chaos crystals that blow up on you. That's another good example of like, it exists purely to laugh at players. Yeah, so now I'm seeing the chromies. I might have to adjust my loot filters. I like seeing chromies on SSF longer.
Sick socket. Use this piece of shit.
Time to up the stakes. Time's atrophy. Ah, hilarious. Time's atrophy. Chasing death.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Longer is best.
Feel your flesh.
Hi, T-Row. Hey, T-Row. Cha-ching. Hi, T-Row. Not so fast. Orbit regret. Cha-ching.
within chaos.
Chaos within chaos.
Hi, T-Row.
I like the atoll. That's a fun map.
Hey, T-Row.
Oh, that's a trade-off. Well, we don't care about invasion, actually. But that... the jank amulet. Be good for like one of those negative lightning builds with Dorianis or something.
Hi, T-Row.
It's weird that we didn't get spawns on this. Not sure. Yeah, I saw her kind of sitting there, and I was like, it looks bugged, or yeah, it was obviously that. So I was like, interesting. Yeah, no problem always. Like I said, probably Wednesday-ish, I'll probably have an actual video posted. Maybe Thursday I'll do the video, like I'll play the character through Wednesday, and then I'll make the video Thursday and post it the day before the league launch. I want to kind of like complete this character if I'm going to do a video on it and get the other 2 void stones before I like demo it. It's just hard because the next few days I have work and lessens my time to play. Yeah, like you said, I just didn't go back far enough.
Local, need your aid.
Orb of scouring. Cha-ching. Thank you.
What currency farm would I recommend for this build? It's really good at Ritual, it's really good at Legion. It can do Blight like every other build. Expedition it's really good at. I left a Scarab back there, but oh well.
Cha-ching.
Would be pretty good at incursions, huh? Yeah, that's true. You can kind of zip through them. The truth is, like, you know, I kind of wish, yeah, that's true. That is a lot of money. I kind of wish they kind of took another pass on Alva a little bit. I think, like, the revamp on Betrayal would be nice if they give that a little bit of love, too. It's a lot cleaner of a league mechanic, though, than Betrayal is right now, that's for sure. See dirt. Okay, so in line with what it's like, definitely league starting this. Thanks for the guides, man. No problem, Jake. No problemo. Is it time for another Cyclone versus Cyclone? Hexproof is kind of annoying. When on trade, I normally just buy it. It's cheap enough to buy. On this test SSF character in this private league I'm doing, I don't have a Stampede. I'm just running regular Cyclone right now. This latency I've had for the last 20 minutes or so is kind of killing the vibe for me. Maybe a sign that it's time to pack it in for the evening.
Practice makes perfect.
You know if they can drop from regular blight maps or only ravaged? I think they can drop from both, but I think the drop chance is probably higher on a blight ravaged. But I believe they drop from any blighted map. Potentially. Of course I run the direction that leads nowhere. Because why wouldn't I? Yeah, but isn't like isn't the replicas and heists like completely random, and there's like the whole pool of them that you can pull from, whereas Blight you just have seven uniques essentially. The only thing that's nice about regular Stampede is you get the increased cooldown recovery of travel skills versus travel skills do more damage with the replica. Can't see my screen. Funny. Yeah, I think Blight's worth running for at least a few days, right? If you're going to try to target from them, because you're going to get so many oils from doing that, you'll probably never need to run Blight again. Right, yeah, that's fair. I could see it being worth like running it for a few days just to stockpile a ton of oils so you never have to do it again, kind of a thing. Hey look, it's the Jung unique. Yeah, Blight did get some buffs, so that's nice. Blight did get some buffs. Gotta complain about this build, it's too fun. I'm in yellow maps now and I really should stop so I don't burn out for the actual league. Yeah, Avd, I feel that. That's why I think I'm gonna play for another day or so, and then I'm gonna make my update video. Have hopefully, I think, a really good revised POB in a like actual update video, and then take a day or two off before the league and just kind of chill. I think that's the plan for me. I forgot to use my sense on all that one map because I'm on autopilot right now. That's how you know you're playing a dad build. You can just play it on autopilot. We spin and we win. Oh, he's a soul eater. This could get tricky. The General's Cry is a game changer. You definitely want to run it in the build. It's just free damage while you're running the build. There's no reason not to run it. It helps with your clear. It's mostly there to help with bossing, but it helps with the clear too. Yeah, it's a really nice addition to the build to solve bossing, and gives you some free passive clear while you're mapping. Downside is it makes sockets a problem. Yeah, figuring out our sockets has been a bit of a ride here. It's been a bit of a blast. My second Asanos. Ooh, Oscar. Yeah, like right now I'm trying to get chromies because I gotta recolor my helm just to get Frostblink back in the build. It's the gem socket pressure's tight right now. Definitely feeling it. I haven't tried a beast goes with this. Grotto. Let's go do the grotto. But we're not doing that grotto. Or that grotto. I should just be... Actually, I should just start running these alts like this. I'm so starved for currency right now, I probably shouldn't be doing this stuff. It's also going to make it a less scary so I can just farm XP better.
I grow impatient. Longer is better. Seek the quickening. Sacrifice now. Low risk. Be renewed. Seek the quickening. Another challenger. Morality.
Oh boy, innocence.
Please renew. I'm speaking this up. Gravity. Indefinite display of survival.
It's worth something.
An impressive display of mass murder. Repeat my challenge. Gather more combatants.
Rampage movement makes Cyclone feel comfy. Yeah, I bet it does. For sure. Yeah, I do have my original tree set up for Expedition, and I have a few logbooks actually. I've just been trying to farm boss maps right now so I can try to get the other 2 void stones. It's kind of been like, you know, so I've been building up my boss maps right now. The anvil. But yeah, I've got like probably another map or 2, and we're gonna winding down here. It's by vendoring Feastbind and Famebind with infusing. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know about that.
Let's use this piece of shit.
Time to up the stakes. Is this vitality bloom?
What the heck?
Time bends to my will.
Flame Bass is real. I don't know if you guys saw Matho's video today about pizza sticks. It does look fun.
Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Scare. Scare.
Doesn't care about brutality. Yeah, I'll have to keep an eye out for those belts if they drop. That's pretty interesting suggestion.
Legal orb.
Thanks, Mio and Marcus for the subs. On the Belsey vendor can't be corrupted or it won't work. Gotcha. And that was a Beastbind and Famebind. Beast and Fame. I think I might have one of those already. Yeah, I've got Famebind. Was nuts. Yeah, I bet it was, Josh.
Divination card.
Oh, you know what would also be good on this build? Delve would be good good for this build too. Really, there's a lot of content that's good with this build. It wouldn't be, you couldn't deep delve on this build, but it'd be fine to get down to 200 and just do like farm all and stuff.
Oh, Scarab.
My spirits are spent.
Charging up the stakes. Quick terrors.
Thanks, Spam, for the follow. And Joda too. Appreciate it. Feel like delving out skills that's too hard without significant investment. Yeah, I mean, you could probably get down to 200, right, to do all farming, but like you couldn't deep delve on the build. Delve does present a few nice items, right? Like the minion nodes, you can get the plus to specters and things like that. And don't we have to run that anyways to get? Well, I guess you could get an influence conquering, right? And then you can roll it till you hit your curse, your cast curse on hit ring, I should say. Yeah, I know about the glove corruption. Didn't think about the synthesis implicit. That's interesting. As long as you're leeching, is the build tanky? Yeah. Pretty much. As long as you're leeching and you don't get one taps. I think I can say with confidence though, I think my Cyclone is one of the tankier builds you're going to find out there.
Time to up the stakes. Grasp your mortality tightly.
No, it's not gonna be. It's not gonna be as good a bosser as snaking a Fisher. I highly recommend you play that if you want a bossing build. This excels at mapping T16s with enough investment. You can comfortably do T17s, and you can kill bosses, but it's not going to have the kind of damage scaling that something like snaking Fisher does, with the way it hits 3 times as a slam skill is kind of insane. I think the build's going to do fine on the new Pinnacle bosses with enough gear and stuff. You know, it'll be fine. In my POB, I have a lot of build loadout trees for what you can do. And a lot of it is up until like you go crit and start to really invest in the build. It's mostly crafted rares and stuff like that. You can farm essences on this build. If we're talking about uber pinnacle bosses, you want to play snaking. If you want to talk about like juiced rogue exiles and stuff like that, probably snaking. This build could eventually do that kind of stuff. It just requires more investment, like a lot of investment. But like doing your Atlas, getting your Void Stones, doing T16s, getting into T17s, eventually doing some Uber Pinnacle bosses. You can do all that in this build. How far you want to scale it and do that is just going to require more investment than something like snaking. I have a ton of videos on my channel from last year. I did T17s, I did Uber Pinnacle bosses on the build. It just requires a lot of investment. More so than something like, you know, Lightning Strike or Ice Nova Frostbolt Archmage. In the notes in my POB, I'm going to have links to Atlas trees when I update it this week for various different types of things you can do. And I'll probably do some videos on crafting during the league over the next couple days. Like once we get into the league next weekend, I'll probably do some crafting videos. Post them as I'm doing stuff in real time. Okay guys, I'm pretty tired. I think I'm gonna call it for tonight. As far as the POB goes, we made some pretty good changes here. I'm gonna flesh out the notes and we'll do some more leveling of the build. I'd like to try to get the last 2 voids done on this so then I can do do an update video maybe Wednesday or Thursday on the build with the fully revised POB, deep dive into a lot of the changes we did with some of the gear, especially with the leveling. The crystal resonance, yeah, where you basically juice the boss. Yeah, that's probably going to be something like more of a meta build for sure. Yeah, Nobi, I would recommend. Yeah, if you're talking about that kind of like crystal resonance, I definitely recommend the slams. No problem, Ian. Thanks everybody. If I stream tomorrow night, it's probably going to be later than I did today, and it's probably going to be more of a POB editing session with a little bit of mapping. We still have to farm up like a lot of boss maps if I want to get 2 void stones. I probably need like another 20 or 30 maps to get it done. So we'll see how that goes. Alright everybody. I'll be on tomorrow. On YouTube I'll post a scheduled stream for when I plan on streaming tomorrow night, so you have an idea of when I'll be on tomorrow night. But yeah, thanks for tuning in, and I'll catch you all later. Thanks for all the feedback, making the build better.